Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Notice I'm going to put some notes in the comments section, and I want you to understand I have literally begged Warren H. to not send Passport TV's videos to the Australian Cybercrimes Unit, and no matter how I begged and pleaded with Warren to not do that, he felt it necessary. And the reason that Warren felt it necessary to send Passport's videos to the Australian Cybercrimes Unit and their subsequent so-called Girl Scouts division is because in one of Passport TV's recent live streams, he actually asked people to send his videos to the authorities. And when Warren read that and saw that on Passport TV's videos, he just couldn't resist the opportunity to accommodate Passport TV. So what I have today is a show. I don't know where to really start with this show and how to portray it in a proper light, but I can tell you that Passport TV has found and portrayed the dark side of YouTube, and it's an amazing thing. It's just an amazing thing. I do believe that Passport TV's videos will go down in the annals or annals of history as a YouTube game changer. But before I go any further, I just want to make note that the money that Passport TV owes me for me setting up an appointment with him, with one of the world's most famous people, is accruing. Now, I reduced it from 600 to 300, but it's now been 3 weeks since I reduced that monetary debt that you have for me, not to mention the fact that you owe me 3 5-pound salamis and 3 5-pound provolones. And that other thing I requested. So what I'm going to say in this live stream is that Passport TV, some people, and it wouldn't be me, some people would almost categorize you as a criminal for some of the things you have put up on your channel. So I would like to add at this time, if someone is subscribed to that guy Passport TV's channel, I think that you should go to his channel and reevaluate whether or not you want to be subscribed to a channel that depicts the dark side of some of YouTube's greatest and most famous bloggers. And I'll give you a for instance of one of his recent videos. Passport. Now this is, there are some great YouTubers, and then there are the best. And Passport TV has exposed what some people call the greatest YouTuber in the history of YouTube. He has exposed not only that YouTuber, but the YouTuber's buttocks. And he has that on his channel, and I find that absolutely disgusting. That's appalling, Passport. This is a direct message to you. What you did is just wrong. In fact, it might be criminal, but we don't know that. But the Australian Cybercrimes will sort that out, where your name is now a household legend, according to the Warren Hunt, who I begged, please don't send those videos to the Australian Cybercrimes and or their Girl Scout division. And Warren was completely adamant. He was obstinate to my pleadings and my beggings. He was going to get that stuff off to the Australian Cybercrimes and their Girl Scout division, which very well may be passed on to Scotland Yard. And So Passport, you're in deep doo-doo. I also want to add that I can no longer endorse your channel, Passport TV. Although at some point I believed your channel was well, as far as editing is concerned, you're a good editor. But you have depicted and cut and made snippets to make some people look like fools. Some people, or on the other hand, you could look at that as those people made themselves look foolish, and you just made it more obvious. I don't know how to take that. I'm not real sure, but I can no longer endorse Passport TV's channel, and nor do I think anyone else should. So if you're not sure whether or not you're subscribed to Passport TV, I suggest you go there, and if you are subscribed, maybe you should reevaluate your subscription and remove yourself from such a negative, dark-sided channel. Oh my God, that is the stuff you put up there in the last few days. It's going to make YouTube history, I assure you. Not only did Passport expose someone, a grown man, and who believes himself to be a great YouTuber, but he exposed the buttocks and the inner workings of that man's buttocks. But he did so in cutting out snippets, making that world-famous blogger look foolish, in my opinion. But you can't do that. You cannot, Passport, you cannot go around exposing the innards of certain butt crackers. I mean, the butt cracker. You can't do that. I find it appalling. I'm going to make a comment on the comment section in that regard. We have some sweet skate vlogs. Good morning. We also have Graham. Good morning. The shill. Have you been following some of the insanity on YouTube, Jay? I cannot believe. I find it absolutely insulting and appalling that some YouTubers would stoop to the level of Passport TV to expose some of the greatest bloggers and their butt crackers on YouTube in the fashion that Passport TV did so. It's beyond my comprehension. And Warren Hunt, he had what they call a hairy conniption, and he said this is just wrong. Said Warren Hunt, I'm sending this right out to Cybercrimes and Australian Cybercrimes and / apparently the Australian Cybercrimes have a Girl Scout division, according to a very famous blogger that's associated somehow with Scotland Yard. And you'd have to ask Warren Hunt, the great Warren Hunt, the ex-police officer of 19 years, decorated and honored police officer from Australia, who is now apparently in what some call a pissing match with some of the other bloggers on here. Now, I'm not real sure how that's going to work out, but Warren is devoting a lot of time, and probably more time than he should, to I even have to agree, the amount of material that he sent to some people, I got to tell you, man, it's a lot of his free time. I don't know that Warren should devote that much time to this effort, but I can't do anything about that. I've been Warren's friend for almost probably going on 10 years or plus, and I pleaded and begged Warren to stop sending videos to the Aussie Cybercrimes unit, because it seems that nothing seems to affect them. That nothing seems to be going on, and there's no response, there's no feedback. Warren just keeps jumping on these videos and collecting them and posting them, and they're tallying up into the 800 mark. I begged Warren, So let's say hello to the shill. Now, I remember the shill. The shill had a great channel. And the shill is also, from what I remember, an expert on, what was the name of that? What was the name of that stock? Jay was an expert on a kind of a stock that went from $700 a share to $19,000. I forgot the name of it, but Jay was an expert on that field, and then he stopped making videos about it. And I will tell you, Jay, this is a true story. This is a true story. A guy I know, a man who I see every winter, except this winter, he bought 7 shares at $700 of that stock when it was $700, and then it turned out to be worth $19,000. So your advice to buy that Bitcoin, that's what it was. Thank you, Jay. He bought this is absolutely true. I even went out to dinner with the man in celebration for his find and his gold mine. And now he's getting married to a Filipina, and they're buying a house someplace up in Luzon near a golf course, which he's an avid golfer. So he's going to buy a house either directly on a golf course or a bigger piece of property right off the golf course, because his life is golf. So he actually bought 7 shares at $700, and they became worth $19,000. I only give him kudos for taking the chance to invest in one of probably 30 or 40 different types of investments like that and picking the right one. Although he did have a propensity for buying oddball things in the stock market on the long shot that they would become valued. And in this case, that turned out to be a $133,000 gold mine in just a matter of about a year and a half. So 17,779. Now, I will tell you that I haven't seen that man this year, possibly because he has upgraded his stay from where he was staying every winter since 2014 to up until last year. Typically, he rented one of the local places out. So I will ask him if I ever see him. He is not a YouTuber, but he is happy as a pig in doo-doo that he did that, and he was very, very happy when we went out to lunch at the ICM Mall with the girls, and that was one of your best calls, Jay. Thank you. And also, I want to give Jay a big shout out. And please do not send me money again out of the clear blue, out of Jay's. I don't know why he did it, but a few weeks ago, Jay puts $50 in Super Chat, and that is above and beyond. So please, I'm asking you seriously, don't do that anymore. I guess you enjoy my videos, but YouTube taking 30% doesn't seem reasonable. A lot of people are saying that, and I kind of agree. So just the fact that you're here to say hello honors my channel. And I will say thank you again, Jay. Thank you very much. And we'll give Jay a little bit. Jay is the expert on long shot stock market investments. He made my friend $133,000, and now he's retired in Luzon next to a golf course. I wonder if he saw your blog on Bitcoin all those years ago. So thank you, Jay. And we have Scott Del Fuego, the wordsmith. My goodness, we have a full house today. Thank you, Scott. Scott says, Scott the wordsmith, Mr. Michael Fazio does not want trouble with other bloggers, nor do we. Every word he speaks in conflict with another blogger is one less word of wisdom cutting through the darkness of ignorance when we could be exploring the mysteries of the universe, the plans of the entities that which control to destroy the evil political goals of the NWO. And that is a point well taken. So from here on, we will devote the rest of this channel to some tabs I have open at the top of the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Instead of time spent addressing these lightweight troublemakers, they are stealing knowledge from all of us. Thank you, Scott. We will move right into that category. So the first thing I want to discuss is, well, I want to make a point of Trump, Mr. Trump. I want to make a point. So whether you're for Trump or against Trump, now this is a factoid, okay? These are facts that I'm going to put right in front of your face, to your face, and you can Google this. You can research this all you want. You're not going to come to any other conclusion than what I am about to say is the truth. Trump has not kept so many promises. Okay, we could just start with the most recent promise to help the American people, when in fact over now it's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. In 9 months, he gave the American people $1,200. That's not enough to pay your bills for 1 month. He has not helped the American people. They act as if there is some kind of problem to get more money to the American people. And yet, there's an act called the CARES Act, C-A-R-E-S, which transferred. This is what Trump did to the American people. It transferred $5 trillion to the world's top 10,000 wealthiest people and corporations, secretly and behind closed doors, what is in the act itself, while giving the American people, on average, less than $125 for 9 months. That's just one of his promises that he did not keep. Another major promise that he was going to get to the bottom of is the fact that he was going to drain the swamp, but he did not do that. No, he did not do that. What he did instead was he went out and got swamp food. He went out and got, I don't know how much swamp food, but let me tell you what swamp food costs. Swamp food is now costing the American taxpayer upwards of $50,000 an hour for his lawyers to prove that he won the election. That's coming out of our tax dollars. Now, I am not sure how much it is, but my best estimate, based on the fact that the most infamous swamp creature, in my opinion, that being ex-Mayor Giuliani, is now the head of Trump's Constitutional Lawyers Defense Fund, with his foray of experts. That in of itself, that one lawyer corporation or firm, I would say is costing the American taxpayer somewhere close to $50,000 an hour. But that is not where it stops. Trump also has dozens of constitutional experts that work directly for the government, pleading cases on his behalf to get the votes changed. Now, that part of it I can see to be reasonable, that they're getting or trying to make progress to get the votes calculated properly. But this is the part that is most egregious to me. I remember Trump, in his original first 100 days of his campaign, he would promise the American people that he would get to the bottom of voting irregularities. He had 4 years to convict that promise and to make it a reality, and he did not do that. And now, because he didn't do it, half of America is divided against the other half of America. That's a fact. So because he neglected to keep one of his primary promises to get to the bottom of voting fraud, so it would never happen again, especially under consideration that half the Congress, or basically the Democratic Party, and a lot of Republicans were against Trump, and there was a soft coup in the political fervor of our nation, and that Trump could have gotten to the bottom of this, but he let it fester. And now, once again, it has divided America. In addition to that, while this festering corruption in both the Democrat and the Republican Party is taking place in such a public venue, there are thousands of articles each day from different news organizations, and each hour these news organizations change their political point of view so that people will watch thinking they're going to get an update on this farce that Trump has created for the American people. Trump is about ready to screw you as much as you can be screwed. In fact, Trump is putting the screws to you. Now, if you don't know what that looks like, let me see if I still have it here. If you don't know what Trump putting the screws to you looks like, let me try to make it clear. In the olden days, they had guillotines, and they had wooden clamps that they would put on your private parts like this. They kind of look like this. They have wooden handles and wooden threads like this. This is all wood. These are all wooden spindles. And what they would do is they would take these spindles and they'd open them up like this. And then they'd close them down on your private parts until you no longer could take the pain and pass out. This is what Trump has done to the American people. He has put what they call, literally, put the screws to you. Now, if you don't think this is happening, well, you just wait a few months, and then these screws will come down to where there is no room anymore. And that is the point of what Trump calls Operation Warp Speed. That's right. Operation Warp Speed, if you actually knew what it meant, is the mandatory vaccination of every man, woman, and child in America with an unproven vaccination. And it all has to be done in 24 hours within the time of notice, which what Giuliani really should be working on is whether or not Trump's Operation Warp Speed is constitutional. But no one is doing that. And anyone who mentions it is denied proper airtime and proper time in the media, because they have all been bought and paid for. So if you didn't know what Trump putting the screws to you look like, I just showed you. Trump is not going to be your savior. Giuliani charging Trump $50,000 an hour for his gaggle of lawyers or criminals is not helping the American people. This should have all been done years ago when Trump promised, but he is part of the political elite and or the globalists. He's not opposed to them as people believe he is. Had he really been opposed to them, he would have kept his promise to investigate Mrs. Clinton's email server. He didn't do that. Had he really been part and parcel of the American dream, he would not have shut down America. He has closed America down to the point where estimated business failure by June of 2021, when he says things are looking to open up, approximately 80% of all mom and pop businesses and middle-class American businesses and small businesses will have long been out of business by June of 2021. If this fiasco that Trump allows to happen to the American people, 80% of all mom and pop businesses will be out of business. Do you understand what exactly he's doing? He's saying he's going to help you when in fact, let me show you again. What he's doing is he's putting the screws to you, baby. He's taken those screws and he's put them into a zero tolerance. You will have nowhere to go when he puts out the mandate for mandatory vaccinations, when the law previously to Trump's Operation Warp Speed, the law says trials have to take place between 18 months and 10 years. You people aren't paying attention. Not at all. Let me go to my comments and we'll see what's happening here. I apologize. Okay, so 30% compensation, as big as Google, is just greed. And Graham, I agree with you, man. 30% compensation is a high amount, but they have service that costs trillions of dollars or billions, hundreds of billions. So we sign up for this. We put our signature down in an email saying we accept the rules of Google. So that's part of what we agreed to do. You have to keep your agreements. So, but I don't have to ask people to send me super chat, and they don't have to send it. I'd rather not get super chat than to see Google take 30%. That's what I would prefer. But if someone is foolish enough to send me super chat, I'll bang a pot. But I mean, this is for what we get back from Google. I think 30% is probably a reasonable amount of money to have a server like that. But personally, I have made Google a lot of money. A lot of money. I think I've made them enough money for this year for sure. But we can't. Go Bobo sister. I saw you on FSV. You told FSV to shut the comments off. That was pretty interesting. There was some egregious comments being made on that show. That show, whether I like it or not, the show, whether I condone it or condemn it or not, that show is going directly to the Australian cybercrimes, or parts of it for sure, probably the whole show. So it's going to be in the history books in a lot more ways than one. And what I saw was, I saw what was the biggest troll on YouTube, the MEROROID, being outdone by FSV. No doubt about that. No doubt that FSV trolled some of the people on there to the point of total embarrassment. That those people, think about this, Go, and we're going to go on to more topics of political nature, but this is just the light side of today's vlog. Think about this, Go. I also want to say, when I commented on Roberto's show, a wrench named Go Bobo Sister or Roberto removed my comments. I was wondering, first, whether or not that was you, and second, I should add, that if you're a wrench on Roberto's show and you removed my comments, it's your prerogative to do so, not knowing how I meant them or what I meant. So I am not upset with you at all. In fact, whenever I go on anybody else's show, if they remove my comments, typically I won't make a fuss about that because the wrench wields the power of the wrench. Now, I don't know if you did it. I really don't care. But maybe the comments were taken out of place. It matters not. People should understand that the wrenches on people's shows make the decisions. So I'm not mad at you. And I don't think you're mad at me for not making you a wrench, Go Bobo Sister, because I offered you the opportunity to have a wrench if you sent me two things: telephone number, and I want to Skype you. This way I know who you are. But you declined. So your wrench is in the box. When you send me your telephone number and your Skype address, I'll give you a wrench. I want to talk to you in person. Now, Go Bobo Sister, Heidel is following you. That's correct. Sweet Cake Vlogs. Sweet Skate Vlogs. Heidel Strauss-Cog. Sorry for you because you're not allowed to interfering here. I see you on other live stream. You gossip our host. We know who you. Okay. Leave us alone now. Host, he's a good man. Thank you. Thank you, Princess. And Sweet Skate Vlogs. Thank you very much. So, getting back to Trump. So, I just wanted to share that with you. Bitcoin to sink, says Go Bobo Sister. I don't know. Go, I will be honest with you. In my entire life, I could honestly say I've never bought a stock, ever. I always had a property investment, always seemed to work for my parents and my grandparents. Didn't work so well for me, but at least I did what I thought was best. And in 2006, the three properties I had in Key Largo were literally earning an increased monetary value for the properties, $1,000 a day. And then when the collapse, Obama's destruction of the U.S. economy and what they call the housing bubble burst, it all went away. But at that point, every one of my friends was buying property after property. We were doing everything legal to invest more money into property. In fact, my personal real estate agent named Steve had a few trailers, but a lot of money. He bought 7 properties. That was my real estate agent, my literal real estate agent that was my friend. But the person who brokered the real estate deal for my house, Mike and Carol, they bought 4 huge properties on Blackwater Sound. They were like acre properties right on the bay side of Key Largo, for $7 million, just in a matter of a few months. In 2004 or 2005, they invested $7 million. Steve invested. Oh, what did Steve? Steve invested his life savings and then went into debt on the trailers that he owned in Key Largo Trailer Park. I used to service those trailers, the maintenance on the property, electrical, plumbing, and removal of tree limbs for electric, if they got in the way of the electric lines, or removal of roots when the roots started pulling up plumbing pipes and stuff like that. So property was a good investment. Bitcoin, I don't know anything about Bitcoin, so we'll leave it at that. Michael Quillen, I think you should take Obama back to scuba diving. I've taken Obama scuba diving on every island that I've ever scuba dived. You just haven't reviewed my videos, or those videos never made it to YouTube and only went on to my Patreon account. So getting back to the next topic. Trump is not draining. Trump is not draining the swamp. Instead, he's feeding the swamp monsters. Now this fella here. Now, I have mixed feelings about Alex Christoforou, because he praises Giuliani at every turn, but he has to know that Giuliani was behind the biggest cover-up of murders in the United States during the 9/11 catastrophe. So I'm going to give you this link, and you can see for yourselves. I have this ready to post here. The fact that real men don't bend over and show the innards of their butt crackers, and you demeaning the innermost sacred butt crackers on YouTube, is appalling for us. Passport TV, PASSPOR, and we'll leave it at that. So, and I don't know who Michael Quillen is, so pay close attention to him, please. Biden's globalist. Okay, so let's see what we got to do here. Now Biden, on the other hand, as opposed to Trump, as much as you want to believe Trump is your friend, and I believe Trump is basically the enemy of the world, we're going to expand it. I don't think Trump is going to do. The world follows America's lead. So therefore, most of the world, or flat earth, has followed the lead of America and shut down every major city and major industry globally or on the flat earth. Your choice, what you want to believe. But I will tell you, there's more proof that the earth is flat than round. In fact, every engineer and surveyor in the history of building trains or roads takes zero account in for the amount of material for the curvature of the earth. But that's a story for another day. So Alex Christoforou, let me get this information up here on the screen in a way that you can see it. This guy, he does like 12 videos a day. He's almost as bad as some of the Philippines bloggers. And he's pro. And when I say pro, I mean pro Giuliani and pro Sidney Powell, two swamp monsters. And here's the video I want you to watch, because in this video called Biden's Globalist Swamp National Security Team, Alex goes over hand-picked candidates for Biden's inner circle, and every one of them. Thank you, Michael Quillen. Okay, you're from Florida. I just don't recognize your name. And I mean, if you said something negative, it's your prerogative, but I would appreciate it if you didn't. This video called Biden's Globalist Swamp National Security. Okay, so Biden, who did Biden pick for his National Defense Council? He picked a man that's been bouncing around from one American war machine manufacturer to the other for the last 30 years. Who did he pick for his medical council? He picked somebody from, I think it was Pfizer or Mercer, one of the two biggest pharmacies in the world. He picked as his advisor for medicine. He is supplying himself, his inner circle is warmongering for the Defense Department, warmongers, people who have voted for war, their entire career in the Democratic and or Republican parties, have never voted against the war ever. And neither has Biden, by the way. So for 40 years, Biden was in the Senate. He voted for the war in Afghanistan. He voted for the war in Iran. He voted to bomb Libya and turn it into a slave nation. He voted to Libya, I think it was Syria he voted for. There were 3 wars that he directly sponsored or tried to sponsor people to get past. And he is basically a warmonger, Biden. And in this video, Alex will show you more details of what I just said. But Trump is taking you down a completely different path. Trump is on par. This is the truth. If the vaccine works and Trump gets his way and everyone in America gets a vaccination, Trump will be a hero, save the day. But there's no proof that it's going to work. Some vaccination programs are 60% positive results. Some stop you from getting the full effect of the virus, but don't stop you from transferring it. But none prevent it and eliminate it. None. But they're experimenting with you. And in addition to that, they're using a nanotechnology that changes the human genome, because the next phase of the human evolution is transhumanism, which is why Trump is bringing in Chinese airplane or Chinese ships, one after the other, with Chinese electrical engineers installing 5G network on every public building, public school, and university in America, while everybody's on lockdown and cannot see what's going on. That is a proven fact. And also, you should make note that Trump's 5G plan to have 5G everywhere in America, most of the technology for 5G comes from the great state of Israel, okay? But in Israel, there are 0 5G networks. Zero. There is no 5G in the great state of Israel, and yet they're selling and manufacturing and designing and creating equipment for 5G networks to make them more efficient, to make them more powerful. And you should also know something else, that once all the 5G networks are installed at, let's say, 3% or 4% of their power, they can all be turned up to 100% power, whereas at that point, it becomes what the military calls non-lethal microwave radiation technology to disperse crowds. However, the 5G network could be turned up and there would be no place to go. If there's a transmitter everywhere, you would just be fried in place. Like you'd be fried in place. This is what Trump is doing while the lockdown is occurring. Now, you could believe what I say or not. You could Google Trump 5G network installations. My wrenches could put it up on the board, or Pedro, if you want to post something. But you got to understand something. If Trump's so-called warp speed vaccination program doesn't stop, and the program continues, it's not one vaccination or 2 vaccinations. It's a vaccination every time they feel it's necessary. So where we're starting off is a vaccination where 99.6% of the people of this world live if they get the virus. And yet we've shut down the entire world for something that has a minimal effect on the majority of the population. How does this make sense? How does it rationalize with reality? It doesn't. It's a power play to get you injected with the jabba dabba do, as I called it. I coined it the jabba dabba do, because one jabba dab will do you, baby. And it's not a single jabba dabba do. It's a program. Trump quoted it as a vaccination program. Program means never ending, like days of our lives, or in this case, days of our lives about to end, in my opinion. So you have to understand that Biden wants to bring war. Biden said the first thing on his list to do is to go after Russia. Oh, that's just what we need, isn't it? Biden will build up the military to the point where there'll be a false flag and possibly a war with China or Russia. That's his plan. By every measure, every person he puts on his defense council or his inner circle is 100% a member of a previous military war machine manufacturing company. Every member that he puts on his medical team is a previous member of a big pharmaceutical company, or a lobbyist for a pharmaceutical company, or a lobbyist for a military industrial complex. These people are not looking out for your best interest. So let's see what we have on the board here. And Toronto. Okay, so Pedro, you're from Canada, and that would be a reference, Toronto grad, like Stalingrad. That would be a reference to Trudeau, who was supposed to be Fidel Castro's son. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's a lot of people that say he is. Trudeau's mother and Fidel Castro were supposed to have been good friends, and they believe that Trudeau is Castro's son. That's a fact. You can Google that. Now, Trudeau came on 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks. No, he made a speech in September that the vaccination program should be stepped up. He made a speech saying that this is our chance to fulfill the great reset of the world. And then just 2 weeks ago, he denied that he said it. And on this guy Alex's channel, if I go there, I should be able to find that relatively easy. So this is what the guy looks like. So let's go to his channel and look for Trudeau, the Trudeau video, where Trudeau, even though he made the speech in September, I think it was September 17th, he denied it in November. Powell, Biden's globalist swamp. Fox News continues. Justin Trudeau now claims, see, I have the red line here. I watched this. How much of it I remember is immaterial. I don't have 100% recall for every video I watch, but I will tell you that in this video, I'll give you the link for, Justin Trudeau said that.
All right, guys. Remember last week, Justin Trudeau.
Quiet. Trudeau, quiet. What's going on here? It won't stop. Trudeau calls Great Reset a conspiracy theory, despite previously advocating it. Okay, so this video is to show you how politicians and the president, he's the president of Canada, I think. Trudeau calls the Great Reset a conspiracy theory, despite previously advocating it. So here he is in November 23rd, saying that he never said that the Great Reset was a necessary to fulfilling the prophecy of the globalists, basically. He's claiming it's a conspiracy theory. He's actually claiming he never talked about it in regards to it being part of the Great Reset. Now, Now, this video that I'm about to post the link for on Alex's channel clearly shows you Trudeau talking about the Great Reset. Clear as day. Let's not make any bones about it. There is no doubt that in the video I'm about to post the link for, that Trudeau said the Great Reset is necessary in September. I think it was September 17th. It's necessary. It's our opportunity. It's our opportunity to change the future of the world, aka the Great Reset. And it's a limited window in time to do so. In September. That video went viral across the flat earth or the world. And then in November, Trudeau backpedaled on what he said in September. And because people are stupid and their memories are minimal compared to what they used to be, and the education level of the world is falling vastly fast, very fast, very fast. The educational level and the ability to comprehend and correlate new information and what is called, what's the proper word? To be able to see different perspectives and coagulate a theory, a proper theory from 5 or 6 different perspectives. Our ability to do that is lacking in today's world because people play games. Let's just face it. They play games on their computers. What is the biggest moneymaker on YouTube? Computer games. And children that watch the games press the commercials for the new games. They're making billions. Google is making billions and billions of dollars on games. But I see it in real life. I was in the... all right, so for my NBI clearance, which I applied for in July 27th, and I didn't get until, I think it was late September. Okay, so I wanted to make a copy of that. And I had to wait in the copy office for almost, well, I got there at 12:30. And lunch in the Philippines is 12 to 1. And they take their lunch serious. So I sat down next to a woman and a man in their 20s. And they were both on their phones. I wasn't paying much attention at first. But then they were laughing at the same time. So reason says that they were playing a game against each other. So here you had 2 people in their mid-20s playing a game on their cell phones to each other. I can't even comprehend that. I have never played a game I've never played an online game. I've never gone to a computer shop when I had nothing to do to play a game. I've never played any computer games like they had back in the 70s or 80s with the joysticks and stuff like that. I mean, when I say I've never played any games, I mean I don't have a minute of time playing games in my entire life. Now, that might sound odd to some people, but I've never watched a football game. I watched a couple of Super Bowls because that was what was on where I was that day. And I've gone to several football games, all of which I enjoyed. And I've gone to 3 baseball games, but I've never watched a baseball game on television or a football game. I've never said, I'm going to turn on the TV, football's playing. I never did that. I never owned a television. So I chose not to own a television from the day I moved out of my parents' house when I was about 19 Until currently, I still don't watch television. It's not part of my internet package, not something I would do. But digressing back to the mentality of the people in today's world, they play too much games. On the jeepney, on the way to the city, an hour away, the only interaction people have now, because of the face diapers, and some people are still wearing the shields, although it's not necessary, the face shields, the only interaction that takes place is the people on the jeepney and their cell phone. There is no talking like there used to be, where it's also a lot less crowded, but it used to be on the jeepney before they put plastic between everybody and masks, face diapers on everybody. Everybody would talk to one another. It doesn't happen anymore. I could make a video for 45 minutes and you won't ever see a person on the jeepney say hello to anybody. Maybe when they get on, if they see somebody and they know, they go like this, hello with their hand. That's it. It used to be hello, how are you? Another thing that you will not see on a jeepney anymore is children. Parents are not bringing their children on the jeepney with them to the city, whereas they used to do that. Now, it could be because the fare on the jeepney is 50 pesos, which has doubled, more than doubled, in the last 9 months. It could be economic reasons, but you will not see a child. Usually you see a woman in the morning before the lockdown. You'll see a woman come on with 1 or 2 or 3 children, and there'll be other women with 1 or 2 or 3 children, and everybody talking to each other and the kids playing with each other. That's gone. There are no children on the jeepneys anymore. That's my observation. It's true. Nobody talks to each other. And the only interaction that people have now is their phone. And typically, I would say 50% of the time that I look at their phone, it's a game that they're either playing with themselves or someone else. It's pretty crazy what this lockdown did, how it changed the social structure of the Philippines, where women that normally would bring their children to the city don't do it anymore. And there is no interaction between the Filipino culture, the people on the jeep. There's nothing, zero. Nobody says hello to anybody. It's an amazing thing. Now, I have some old videos of what is a jeepney. You want to go through them on my page. You could Google what is a jeepney on my homepage, and you'll see 60 people, 66 people one day in the jeepney, hanging on the back of the jeepney and on top of the jeepney. But you'll also see everybody talking to each other. Now that same jeepney, which I take when I go to the city, the one with 66 people on it, and I think it's even in the title, 66 people on a jeepney, that same jeepney has 14 people now. So that's just about 20%, 19% of what is now. And on that jeepney, everybody, there would be, on the way to Crystal College, however many young men and women that wanted to jump up on the roof, when we're talking 20 people on the roof, climbing up the side and the back of the jeepney, that's all gone, not allowed. But there were literally 20 people on the roof in one of my videos, and you could see them jumping off. It kind of looked like they were like peeling off the roof down the ladders and, you know, jumping from the windows and stuff like that off the back of the jeepney. It's all gone, that stuff now, not allowed. And that's when it all started, during the lockdown. Up until then, outside of the city limits, you could, even me, I could go up on the roof and enjoy the fresh air and the view. Now you're not allowed to do that anymore. So the culture and that has been a tradition in the Philippines since public transportation started. I have dozens of videos of me up on the roof or on the back of the jeepney. Now you're not even allowed to hang on the back of the jeepney. I mean, that's crazy. There used to be 8 or 10 people hanging on the back of the jeepney and the ladder and just with their toes just the toes catched onto the doorstep, all gone. The culture has been completely transformed. Let me go back to my comments. I'm not avoiding your comments, but I don't know some of the things, like I don't know what the word NLP phrase, national something something. I don't know what that means. So if I don't know what it means, I can't talk about it. Jim Bob, now that I could relate to. Phones and social media dumbing down these millennials, especially in the Philippines. It irritates me when I see that crap, eyes glued on phone, their brains are fried, and social cognitive ability is near gone, which is what I just said. If I guess Jim Bob lives in the Philippines, there is no more. I mean, it's gone. It's gone from history. Is interacting between men and women and children, between themselves, even. Well, I wouldn't say that for where I personally live, because I've been here for going on 7 years soon, and everybody is interacting and friendly with everybody here. So our children in the neighborhood are still friendly, but not so. Well, you don't see children on the jeepney anymore at all, because there's no school, there's no college. All the colleges and the schools here are closed, so it's also destroying their social interaction, because they don't see each other in person anymore. Everything has gone downhill as far as I'm concerned. No interaction between the adults on the jeepney, no children on the jeepney, no young adults on the jeepney. And the only place that you see the people's eyes are on their cell phones. There's no communication with the person across the aisle from you. Then they're not letting people sit next to you, so now you have to yell across the aisle, sometimes between plastic. This plan is to destroy people's social skills, and to make them think that it's just not important at all to have social skills, because it's just not important to have social skills. It's just, they're making it so that there is no interaction between. It's the plan. It's what Trump wants to do. It's what the world leaders, they want to do. They know what's happening. Now I'll give you another piece of information as soon as I read a few more comments about how many businesses are closed down. Okay, I could give you the percentage. Yep. Pedro says linguistic minimalization has been ongoing for some time, and so-called social media exposure leads to less social people. Ted Kaczynski was right. I have no idea who he is, but thank you for the comment. I guess it was somebody that talked about this before today, that's for sure. Scott Del Fuego, think the USA had issues under President Trump? You people have no idea how fast the demonic thief Leiden and his cackling crony in the wings will destroy the United States and eliminate the middle-class whites. Well, yep, that's That's true. But I don't talk about Biden so much, Scott, because I don't think he's going to get into the White House. There's so much evidence for Trump to win, but it doesn't mean Trump's a good guy. It just means he's the lesser of two evils. So I could give you the statistics for Trump. Trump had a press conference this week, and he explained that in Pennsylvania he was ahead. Okay, so first of all, he explained that the whole election is corrupt, but he knew that 4 years ago it was going to be. So it's part of his plan to destroy America, to keep you occupied while they screw you with the bills they pass through Congress. Trump's plan, Biden's plan, Pence's plan, and that other woman, whatever her name is, the vice president, Biden's vice president choice. So they're going to screw you. Just make no doubt about it. So if Trump gets his way and he wins and he forces the vaccination program on every man, woman, and child, which is not one vaccination, but a continuing series of vaccinations, rest assured that history will show that Trump killed more people than the Catholic Church throughout all of history. And they killed a lot of people in the name of God. The Catholic Church has killed more people in the name of God than all wars that have ever been fought on the flat earth or the globe. That's fact. Christians, the Children's Crusades, the whatever wars in all of history, World War I, the Korean War, World War II, the Vietnam War, the Vietnam conflict, rather. They never made it an actual war. All war in Afghanistan, war against opium, the war against drugs, all the wars that ever existed that were named wars, the Vatican has killed more people in all of those wars. That's fact. So if Trump's program goes forward and this vaccination program is not as clear-cut and healthy as it would seem, it might be part of their Agenda 2030, 2050 plan to eliminate 90% of the world's population. At that point, once all of these vaccinations are in your body, the body will fail. It won't matter. There won't be a cure. They'll keep saying this is the cure for the problem you have from last year's vaccination. They'll probably just make it worse. That's the plan. And that's Trump's plan. That is Trump's plan. Whether or not you want to believe it, whether or not he says that's true, in my opinion, that's Trump's plan. He wants you to be vaccinated on a never-ending program that involves anything they want to put in that vaccination, including nanotechnology, bearing in mind that the ultimate goal of the elite and the globalists is to destroy the world's population by the year 2050 and reduce it to 10% of today's population. They have to figure out a way to do it slowly. Otherwise, people might get upset and revolt. And they know this. It's all part of a bigger plan. You just are too sheltered to understand what's really going on. So, Scott goes on to say, the middle-class whites will be forever eliminated from having any political power to punish them for allowing political disruption of President Trump. That's right. If Biden wins, rest assured, there will never be an honest election ever again. Now, Trump is playing that point also, that I have to win to save the American political voting system. See, he has set you up where he has to win, he has to fight, they have to fight him, You have to pay attention to this shit every day. Like if you go to that fella Alex's channel that I mentioned before in the link, or if you go to ONA, One American News, I think it is, or if you go to Australian News, every 45 minutes, they flip-flop on what they said 45 minutes ago. They are not your friend. You could, not you, but not me, for sure not me, but some people want to read every single article from every single newspaper, from every single advertising campaign, from every single news agency, so that they know this information, and yet they're not involved with social media. They have no YouTube account. They don't have a Facebook account. Not allowed to post it on Facebook anyway. But what they just jamming up their heads with useless information. All you need to know is that nothing that Trump does for you in the long run is going to change what the globalists and the cabal that runs the flat earth, the Vatican, the monetary system, and or the globe, nothing that anybody does is going to change the globalists' plans, short of a full-scale, rethinking of the way things are done. I got to get water. It's hot in here today. Plus, I didn't have water before. I usually douse myself a little bit, take a nice 4 or 5 man sips. Oh, by the way, while we're talking about real men, I got to tell you, real men don't. This is something that real men don't. Real men don't go on trolls' channels, get trolled, and bend over and split the buttocks or the crackers of their buttocks open on YouTube. Real men don't do that. I got to tell you, Passport TV, he put that stuff up on his channel, and Warren took that stuff directly off Passport's channel and sent it to the Australian Cybercrimes and the special side cybercrimes known as the Girl Scouts of the Australian Cybercrimes Division. Warren took that stuff, Passport TV stuff, sent it right to the Australian Cybercrimes / the Girl Scouts Division, because real men don't get naked on YouTube and split the buttocks of the crackers of their buttocks. They don't do that shit. No pun intended. Real men don't do that, because real men would have thought previously, what if my daughter or my son or my mother or my sister or my brother see this? What will they think? Real men have foreshadowing knowledge of what's going to happen when this goes viral. And apparently it did. And we have the world's biggest troll, who was Heminger. He was the world's greatest troll. And now it seems that even the great troll Heminger has been overshadowed, because that little coward prick has never shown his face on YouTube and doesn't have the cojones to make a live stream. So, although he wanted to be the world's #1 troll and was the #1 troll for many years, he has now been overshadowed by an even bigger piece of human fecal tissue with arms and legs. And that troll, he trolled that guy proper. Between him and the GAC, that guy was trolled proper. I cannot believe that he has the audacity to show his face on YouTube after that. Although I did see some backpedaling happening this morning. There was a video posted this morning with the word ass, my ass, your ass, this ass, my white ass, or comments like that in a video that was posted this morning. That word ass, in quotes, was paraphrased in one way or another 72 times. I think. I don't know. Someone said 72 times. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was pretty disgusting. But backpedaling, after you bend over and split the buttocks and showed him the goods, it's hard to backpedal from something like that. So moving back, Jeremy says, NAP, neutral linguistic programming, self-help psychology. All right, I'm not real. I've never heard of that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist or it isn't good or bad, but neutral linguistic programming. So that has to do with programming of the person's ability of speech, self-help psychology. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know what that stuff means. It's a terrible thing to see in the Philippines, Jim Bob. No family time. What's worse, I see entire families at restaurants' tables busy playing on their phones. What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, I actually took out a guy that was going to be a potential contractor. I've told this story before. He won't be my contractor. Now, probably Mai will end up with the contract, M-A, my friend Mai. But this guy's name was Keith. And what he did was, what he allowed to happen was pretty sick. And I invited Keith and his wife out for dinner because his wife was dying of cancer. Now, we were supposed to meet at a restaurant, at a particular restaurant. I had never been there before. It was supposed to be a nice restaurant. It has, I forgot the name of the restaurant. It's like it has a Western, a Western look. I've never been in it, but I've heard it's a good restaurant. So I was going to take him and his wife out because his wife was dying of cancer. So it would have been myself and Daisy. This is going back 3 years. Myself and Daisy and Keith and his wife. I forgot her name. So we went to the restaurant, and then we got a message saying, we can't meet you there. We'll meet you at the BQ Mall. So we went to the BQ Mall, and we went to the supermarket where they have seats, and we waited because it was supposed to be at 5, and then he changed it till 6. So we had an hour to kill. And at 10 minutes to 6, Keith calls up and says, is it okay that I bring my secretaries instead of my wife? So it's like 10 minutes to 6. And here I am, I'm planning on buying this guy dinner, which I ended up doing because he's going to be my contractor. That's pretty much normal. You go out and schmooze the person that's going to do a big job for you so you get a better price. That's normal. It's just business. So we said, yeah. And he goes, okay, I'm going to send somebody down to fetch you. And I hung up the phone or stopped texting. I didn't text him back. And 10 seconds later, somebody tapped us on the shoulder, his secretary. So I knew who she was, but she brings us upstairs and she's got her 2 sisters, which have nothing to do with the business. So, well, I guess he's going to pay for them because they're not part of what my agreement was with him. I told him I'd take him and his wife out. Well, he stuck me with the bill. And the entire time that we were up at the restaurant, they never stopped texting or they never stopped on their phone. And Daisy actually said, will you put those effing phones away? We're having dinner. And they didn't really think she was serious. And she made it a point to tell them to put the phones away. And then Keith went to the bathroom when the check came, and I ended up paying the check. And I said, why don't you give the woman a tip? And the check was 3,000 plus pesos, 3,050 pesos, maybe it was, which is like $60. And he gave that woman for a $60 bill, $1 tip, $1. That's how Filipinos are. So he basically soaked me for dinner for 3 people I don't even know when I wanted to meet his wife. And the whole time they were in the restaurant, they were on their cell phones nonstop. They never put the cell phones down until Daisy made a point of it. So these were women in their mid-20s, early 30s. Apparently they were 3 sisters, but it doesn't matter. That's no respect at all. And this is the culture that we live in. So I did mention that to Keith. I also mentioned to Keith that the chance of him getting my job was 0, but not at the table, not that day. But I've never seen him since that day. And I used to see Keith 2 or 3 times a month. I'd make it a point to stop by his office because his office was 100 feet from BQ Mall. And now I haven't seen him in 3 years. And I may never see him again, nor will I care to. But that guy showed me no respect at all. Not only did he allow those girls to play with their phones, but it was a month that day, more than a month, that I had given him the plans and he promised me a price. I did see him after that. I had to go back to his office to get the plans. And when he said to me, he goes, he said to me, I gotta phrase this properly. He said, I told him that I would not allow his crew, who I knew, to be on my job unless they would take instructions from me. Okay, like if they were building a form improperly or cutting a piece of plywood with a skill saw when a hand saw, when a skill saw would be the better tool. And he said, okay. And then when that month was up, we went out for dinner, and then that happened at dinner. And then maybe the next day I went, or a few days later, to get the plans. And I said, so what's up? What's the price that it took you like now 4.5 or 5 weeks to get? Oh, I'm not going to give you a price. I said, why not? Because my foreman doesn't want anybody to have more control over the men than him. I said, so you have no price? No. So you kept my plans for 5 weeks when I could have gotten prices from other people. It's okay, he said. They don't care about you. He didn't care about me one bit. He was going to squeeze me into a corner because he knew I was leaving for America early 2019. He was going to squeeze me into a corner of time where I wouldn't have a choice but to hire him. And I just walked out of his office. I said, not only will you not get the plans, but we're done. Our friendship is pretty much over. So you people think that it's just the younger people playing on their phones. It's not. These women were late 20s, early 30s. One was a secretary. The other one was the secretary for a major travel agency that used to be situated in the Tagbilaran airport. And another one, I don't know what the other one did, but I knew who 2 of them, what they did. And these are late 20s, early 30s women playing with their computer phones or playing games or texting each other. While they're sitting down, they should have been enjoying a meal and having conversation. Conversation is beyond them. And then Keith, he saw the bill being written. He said, excuse me, went to the bathroom, didn't come back for 20 minutes. So I paid the bill because the place was closing and they asked me for the money. That's true story. There are weaponized forms of neurolinguistics. If you've taken Marketing 101, then that is an intro into perception management. Well, I've not taken that. I only have my observations. Okay, let's go to the next comment from Pedro. Wow, I'm really far down here. Pedro says, look up a documentary called Blue Eyes. Scott, I can't read all these comments. Pedro, you're welcome to keep posting anything you want, but you're not. I'm never going to get to the end of this live stream if I keep reading everything that you post. Post as much as you want. I'm just going to pretty much scan what you have to say and pass it over. Scott says he obviously won and the vote was corrupt. Overwhelming evidence. I am not sure the deep state will ever allow proof to be shown. So the other thing that Scott should be aware of is that, and this is not so many people are aware of this, is that Henry Kissinger is a New World Order. He could be considered the father of the New World Order documentaries or movement. He's one of the founding members of most of the globalist cabals. And he's also one of the major contributors to the New World Order rules and precepts. And when Obama became president, his first guest into the White House, in other words, Obama woke up, he was president, and his first guest was Henry Kissinger. When Trump woke up, I don't know who his first guest was during his first election. But when the day after the election, Biden's first guest was Henry Kissinger, which leads a lot of people to believe that, like Henry Kissinger worked with Obama to get him elected, Henry Kissinger worked with Biden to get him elected. And Henry Kissinger basically went to Obama to tell him this is how things are going to be from here on in. You're the president now, but we'll tell you how things should be. And I think he also did the same thing for Biden. But Biden's first guest was Henry Kissinger. So the deep state has taken over, and Scott might be right. We may never know what the truth is because the deep state goes far beyond Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Pence and Trump. It has nothing to do with who's president. It has to do with who runs the presidency and the world. Okay, so Scott, that was an interesting. Scott again, Pedro Rojas Cervantes. The Democrats are expert at this. They have mastered the art of mental manipulation. That they have. So I guess Pedro is having a conversation. All right, so Pedro, the rules for radicals, which I heard AOC follows those rules. Scott, you people need to listen to Michael and consider his words deeply. Even things you don't agree with will make you think and revise your beliefs. I tell people this stuff all the time, only I can't do it in the Philippines. I got to tell you. It's almost as if a switch shuts off when you talk to people in the Philippines about anything other than jokes or very light duty conversation. For instance, okay, in every community, there are leaders and the more well-liked and more well-known families, okay? So, in my community, which is in Panglao, there's one particular family that stands above all the rest as the most family members, the most powerful family members, the most interesting of the community, by far. There's one or two people in each different, like, barangay or community that everybody knows who they are. And if they don't know the person's real name, they know his nickname or his family's family name. You cannot have a conversation with anybody here about anything serious. They don't have serious conversations. They just don't, and they're not capable of understanding America's political point of view. So I can't talk about this to the Philippines people. They don't. You'd be surprised if I walked, no matter where I walk in any community, including the city, if I said to them, do you know who Joe Biden is? They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know that he's the president or the future president or president-elect or ran against Trump. If I said to them, do you understand who Trump is? Oh, yeah, he's the president. That's all they know, that name, Trump. And it's very similar to what we know about the presidency of the Philippines. Mr. Duterte's name is well known, but not his policies in America. And here, I don't study Mr. Duterte's policies because I see that most of his press conferences are in a language I don't understand. So it's not that they don't listen to anything about America, but they don't have a grasp of the English language and they don't care. But the one thing they should care about is the education of their children, and they don't. When you say to them, the children have no school, yes. That's it. That's the response. They don't understand the long-term ramifications that no school for the children means that they're losing 1 year of academia, but 2 or 3 years of education because their brains are atrophying at the same time. They don't understand this. Children are not homeschooled here. Children don't go to the computer stores and watch and do online schooling. Children don't have computers in their house here in the Philippines like you think they should or would. And if they do, they don't do homeschooling, because I've not asked any child that I know on the block if they have a computer. They'll just say no. I've not asked any child that hasn't said the same answer. They just say no, they don't have a computer or a load or a phone. So they're not getting any education. And I want to touch on another subject. How many businesses are closed down here in the Philippines? I don't care how many people are here. Real Flame, what I was saying is he used to dip his pizza in coffee. Of course. Is there another way to eat pizza with anchovies? Real Flame. I have, actually, that's one of my favorite and most famous videos. Dipping my pizza in coffee. Now, you could make a joke out of it. You could be trolling my channel. But you should look up pizza in black coffee or Rabbi Chewbacca pizza in black coffee. It's one of my more successful videos. So now Scott says, you don't have, let that, if he wants to talk about pizza in black coffee, if he's a troll, we'll know soon enough. But if not, it's one of my favorite videos. I wonder if I should find it for you. Let me find it for you. Hold on a minute. I'll just look it up for you. I'll give you the link. And then we'll take a little break from our political agenda. But I will tell you, while I'm waiting to get my videos page open, I will tell you that 80%, 90% of all businesses are closed in the Philippines that I see. Okay, pizza, Pizza. That's it. That's going to come up with a lot of videos, but I'll find the one that you're looking for and post it. All right, so forgot which one it was. It's a long time ago. It goes back to 2011 or 12. Coffee anchovy pizza, 8,000 views. Coffee, anchovies, and pizza. Coffees, anchovies, and pizza. Let me get you the link for that, and I'm being serious. 8 out of 10 people that have tried pizza with anchovies on the pizza and dipping their anchovy pizza into black coffee, not coffee with milk and sugar, but black coffee. 8 out of 10 people that have commented on this video liked it. Now, you could believe what you want. I don't care what you believe. But I will tell you that of all the people that tried dipping their anchovy pizza in black coffee, no one ever came on and said, I don't like it. Everybody likes it. So you could believe, again, what you like, but I will give you the link for that. It's a legitimate video, legitimate question, and it has not so many, 8,000 views, but it's one of my more successful videos. It's comedy. There's no doubt about it being comedy, but it's one of my favorite videos because everybody that watches the video thinks it's a joke. And then when they try it, they like it. So there'll be people on the comment section saying, I tried it, it's rather good. So thanks for bringing that to my attention. I haven't thought about that video in months. Hard to imagine a grown man would crack it open and expose his orange furred balloon. Not. Apparently loosely tied. That's an understatement. Right on YouTube. That is some sick behavior. Okay, so Scott's going to change the conversation back for a time being. That, in case you people weren't aware, the title of this show is Passport TV. Let me go back. I have so many notes here. I forget exactly. Passport TV, criminal, ? As you requested, your videos were sent by Warren H. to the Australian Cybercrimes Unit and Girl Scout Division. Now, I only did that. I only mentioned that because Passport personally requested that his videos be sent to police agencies. He personally requested it. And being that Passport TV used to have a very high standard of video production, still has a great high standard of editing, but he used to be one of my favorite bloggers. But since I levied a tax and a fine and penalties for the money he owes me, he's been silent as to whether or not he's going to pay me that money that he owes me. So when I told Warren, don't send Passport TV's videos to the Australian Cybercrimes Division, Warren said he was going to do it. And I said, why are you going to do that? I mean, I know I have problems with Passport, but why are you going to send those videos to the Australian Cybercrimes Unit? And then Warren said, and the Girl Scout Division. I said, why are you going to do that, Warren? And he said, because Passport TV requested that these videos be sent to the police. And I didn't see that part because I never got up to the end of the video. I guess it was at the end. But there's a guy on YouTube, I saw the beginning. He believes literally, he physically, mentally believes he's one of the greatest bloggers that ever existed. And that he's the most underpaid blogger in the history of YouTube. And then what he did for his claim to fame, and this is going to go down in the annals, no pun intended, the annals of history, is this blogger was making fun of a very well-liked and well-known blogger called Gary Kennedy, who this blogger somehow, for some reason, nicknamed the GAC, which means Gary A. Kennedy. Okay. So he was going to abuse Mr. Gary Kennedy. He was going to abuse him. And by his understanding of abuse, he was going to show Gary the inside portion of his butt cracker, including the innards and the workings of the inside of the butt cracks themselves, which Passport didn't show. He covered it up with one of those emojis that you can't see, kind of blurs it out. Parts of the video could blur out a face, or I once used it when I was climbing on board of a boat to blur out the bottom part of my body. But Passport blurred it out, but it still can be seen in a live stream by FSV. So so basically the guy was going to embarrass Gary Kennedy, who's always been a gentleman and my friend for more years than I can count, and he was going to embarrass Gary by mooning Gary Kennedy. And all I think he did was make a fool out of himself. And now that video and that part of the video has gone viral on dozens of different places, but more specifically, this guy, Passport TV, who I used to have so much respect for, none anymore, because he stole my intellectual property and used it improperly. But he's basically, Passport TV is basically a criminal. I gave him permission to use my intellectual property in one fashion, which was the bang a pot concept, bang a pot. And I begged Passport TV, please use my intellectual property regarding the pot to abuse me. And what did he do? He made a video banging a pot and then abused somebody else. So basically, he stole my intellectual property and used it to abuse somebody else. So for that, the money he owes me, the salamis he owes me, and the provolones, the 5-pound blocks of provolones that he owes me, and the $300 that he owes me is accruing interest every day on a per diem basis. And I'm going to deem him a criminal for using my bang-a-pot intellectual property rights to abuse another blogger. And in that respect, that's why it's in the title. But Passport, what he did is he went one step further. He took like 12 different video clips of a very world-renowned vlogger, and he took the most egregious parts of those clips. Although he made the clips, I mean, that particular blogger will on any given day say, if you said it and it's on YouTube, it's public knowledge. So Passport used the page out of this man's playbook and took those video clips and used them in a very, 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 very dark manner. So if you're not subscribed to Passport TV, don't go to Passport TV's channel and subscribe. If you don't know if you're subscribed, go to his channel. And if you see that you're subscribed, reevaluate your subscription. And if you know you're subscribed, go to his channel and reevaluate your subscription. Because let me tell you something. Since I've been asking people to go to his channel and reevaluate whether or not they want to have anything to do with such a dark-natured blogger, he's gaining subscribers. It's backfiring on my own plan. I wanted his channel to be less subscribers, and in just a few days he got more. And I keep telling people, go there and unsubscribe if you don't like his content, and every day he gets more subscribers. What's wrong with you people? The man is a dark, sinister, video editing fool. Passport TV is. In my opinion, he's a criminal. Don't go to Passport TV. Don't even go there to look to see if you're subscribed or not subscribed. Don't let anybody go into his channel. Don't do it. Don't do it. Now, let's go back. Scott says, hard to imagine a grown man would crack it open and expose his orange furred balloon. Not. That was pretty sick. I actually saw the whole thing on another video, and Passport, you said some really evil shit about that man's buttocks, and I think you should be sanctioned from YouTube. I think your videos should be sequestered. And of course, they might be, because Warren H. sent your video that you made yesterday to the Australian Cybercrimes Unit / the Girl Scouts Division. And that means that once the Australian Cybercrimes review the video, then it goes to their Girl Scouts Division, which doesn't exist. And then from there, it might go all the way to Scotland Yard. I'm not lying. That's what Warren said. Pedro. Pedro has a lot of intelligentsia information. The term Soviet translates into run by non-elected bodies, councils, non-government organizations, committees, etc. We are the new Soviet. Alvin and Heidi Topher wrote about this. Okay, here's Pedro. I gotta ask you to do this for me. Pedro, I want you to try to post a link to this information that you're posting. If the link fails, let me know. I'll have to give you a wrench for the day. So I want you to try to post, because this seems like important information that people could use. So I'm not gonna keep your wrench in play, but I want you to post that piece of information for sure. Yeah. So Scott, we're digressing. Yeah, it's funny, real flame, but 2 comments on it completely off topic within a minute indicate you are spamming the comments. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's funny, real flame, but 2, that's true. My bad, says Real Flame. Anyway, yeah, well, unless it's a continued comment, like 190 characters plus 190 characters, where you're making a statement. When you see people posting one right after the other, after the other, after the other, or even 2 or 3, it's typically a troll. So that's just and Scott said, look, Scott even recognizes, okay, if you're not a caustic troll, and let bygones be bygones. Okay, so Pedro, Perry, Trudeau, and Castro. Okay, so here is some more information. I didn't know the woman's name, but Pedro does. I don't know why he knows this stuff. Perry, Pedro, and Castro were buddies, as they were both in the same crop of Rhodes Scholarship grads. Look up the alumni list. That and the London School of Economics. All right, Pedro, we got to get you a wrench so you could post links for this, please, if you're still here. Louis Pagan Punch, the truth is a very delicate thing. If it's embraced, then people are forced to rethink the world as they perceived it. That is, my friend, can be a very traumatic experience, which is very difficult to handle. Society, by and large, is not capable or equipped with the gonads to deal with the truth. That's true. Real Flame, yeah, a very famous YouTuber reacted to your video. That's good. Yes, he's doing it. I gotta tell you, real men don't bend over and show their buttocks. Now, I've heard stories where, because I believe in the flat earth, I'm insane. Well, there's more proof to the fact that the earth is flat than round. That's a fact. I mean, you people have to research that on your own. That's 500 years of brainwashing that you have. I mean, I'm a pilot, private pilot, and I also private experimental pilot for experimental aircraft. And I also have my A&P jet mechanics license, altogether 11 federal and state licenses. And I'm crazy because I say that there's more proof that the earth is flat. And yet a grown man can come over and not once, not twice, not twice, maybe 3 times, I think it was, bend over and split the buttocks or the cracks of his buttocks and expose the inner workings of his anal system. That's not crazy? That's fucking crazy. That's just fucking crazy. You can't, there's no way, I don't care in the context of comedy, there's no way in today's world you're going to justify that, especially with the words that were said while the event was taking place. There's no way you're going to justify that. If for some reason the people that are close to you, family-wise or friend-wise or neighbors or anything like that, got hold of that, I don't see how a normal person is going to react to that as it being anything other than abnormal. It's not normal. In today's world, it's certainly not normal. And yet, there was some backpedaling done in a future follow-up video where the blogger tried to make his ass to be the perfect ass, the ass that everybody wants, the ass that everybody idolizes, the ass that you'll fantasize about while you're making love to your girlfriend. I mean, this is some sick stuff. This is some sick stuff. This is not normal. This is not normal behavior. And I think any psychologist or psychoanalyst that got a hold of that video in its entirety or any part of would say that this is abnormal behavior. That's my opinion. And let's go back to the comments. So let's see. Somebody said, hello, sweet cakes. Thank you for still being here. Where was that? Yeah, a famous YouTuber reacted to my video. I'm not sure. Reacted to my video, reacted to Passport TV's videos, reacted to Fat Slob Vlog, which I gotta tell you. Okay, so Fat Slob Vlogs played a certain YouTuber like a fine-tuned fiddle. He had that guy pull down his pants on live stream social media. That might very well be. It's epic. It's epic. I don't know if it's great or the most disgusting video ever played or live stream ever made, but if you read the comments, and there wasn't a single person on the side of the butt crack spreading fella. Not one person in the comments. Oh yeah, wait till your family sees this, was one comment. Oh my God, are you going to send this off to your family? Another comment. Another comment that said, FSV, You've outdone Heminger. That's true. That was definitely true. Another commenter said, no way you could ever talk about Fazio after you pulled this boner on YouTube. No way you could ever demean Fazio is basically what he was saying. Another comment was, something about Fazio. How will Fazio react to this video? Where people were wondering how I would react, and I'm reacting to Fat Slob Blog's live stream. It was epic in the sense that Fat Slob Blogs has been playing this guy from day one, beating him to death, literally speaking, figuratively speaking, emotionally speaking. Fat Slob Blogs has been beating this guy to death with compliments, when in truth, there is, I would think that of all the people on YouTube, Fat Slob Blog despises or dislikes or hates, if you want to go to that extreme, the person he made bend over and spread the cheeks of his ass on YouTube to embarrass him, to degrade him. And Fat Slob was laughing the whole time. So was everybody else, that you've just screwed the pooch by bending over and spreading your butt cheeks on YouTube. You've screwed the pooch. No grown man could you compare, and it was compared to, I think it was compared, well, in another venue, it was compared to a man, supposedly, I didn't see the video, supposedly having sex with a woman and showing that on YouTube. Now, that's pretty low class. I mean, and this isn't a porno site. There's no doubt about that being low class. But you're not gonna supersede the disgusting thing, the disgusting display of supposedly an adult super vlogger on YouTube. You're not gonna disintegrate one man having sex with a woman and his girlfriend, and you're not gonna make you to be the better person by bending over, pulling your cheeks apart, and showing the inner nature of your buttocks. You're not going to equate one with the other. One, as non-professional as it is a man having sex with a woman. That's how we grew up. Another one is to bend over and smack the cheeks of your buttocks or separate them, because it's all covered up with like those things that blotchy, but we don't know exactly. But Passport gave a description of what he thought he saw before it got covered up. There's no way you're going to equate one with the other. One is a man having sex with a woman, which doesn't belong on YouTube, and the other one is a man bending over and separating the cheeks of his buttocks and telling my friend Gary Kennedy that this is what you want, and people, the host of the show, calling my friend Gary Kennedy the gay gack, and the guy bent over and pulled the cheeks of his buttocks apart because the host of the show got him so riled up and so mentally incapacitated that he bent over and pulled his pants down and separated the cheeks of his butt crackers, while all the while calling Gary the gay guy. Show the gay gack. Show the gay gack. The host of the show, Fat Slob Blogs, was saying, show the gay gack. Bend over. Bend over. Show him. And then that guy bent over and said, this is what you want? You want my lily white ass? This is what you want? Here it is. Kiss my lily white ass. Those are quotes from the Fat Slob Blog live stream. I wouldn't condone having sex with a woman on YouTube, no matter how, even if you were under a blanket or behind, imitating sex, I wouldn't condone that. But if I had to put one man having sex with his girlfriend on this scale here, and one man bending over and saying, "You want to kiss my lily white ass?" and another guy yelling out, "Show the gay gack your ass," I'd put that down. Here's the scale I'd put it on. Here we go. Ready? Well, we're going down, 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 down. In other words, the fucking lowest scale possible, and then go minus a few degrees. That's how disgusting the display of showing your lily white ass was, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to my opinion, aren't I? Nothing Fazio, that would be me. Nothing Fazio, that would be me. Nothing Fazio has ever done on YouTube will come close to that level of disgusting nature of your life, of what you did on a live stream. Nothing. You can't defend it. You can't make a joke out of it. You can't even defend the reasoning behind it. It wasn't funny. People weren't laughing with you. They were laughing at you. It'll be a classic. You'll be famous for that. You'll be famous for being a fucking fool in the eyes of the entire community. You just took away any rational belief that people may have in you, has just probably disappeared. And Fat Slob Vlogs, all the while he pumped you up to screw you, because I told you, I told my audience, I told the people of the world, Fat Slob Vlogs has a complete distaste, distrust, hatred, if you want to go that far, for a particular blogger. And yesterday he got that blogger to go as low as you can go. He demeans you. He demeans your family. He demeans your lifestyle. He demeans you at every step of the way. And he portrays it as flattery. You're the greatest. You're the best. You're the greatest vlogger in the world. And you eat that shit up. All the while, he's degrading you on every level and every aspect of humanity. And yesterday, he brought you to the lowest point in the history of YouTube bloggers in the Philippines, for sure. No doubt about that. There's no doubt that that happened. Now, if anybody wants to disagree with me, I suggest you make a video and say how this helped a man's social status in the Philippines vlogging community, as an upstanding member of his community, as a member of his family structure. How did that help him? At some point, if it was a 15 or 16-year-old kid doing it, it might be funny, but not a matured adult grandfather. Not that. Nope. I can't even, I have had conversations going back even to 2010 about my family that were Democrats and how I despised Obama. And they thought that, my Obama dolls and things like that may have been a little bit over the top. But I've had conversations with them recently where they said, you might have been a little bit over the top with the Obama and the Obama dolls, but turns out you were right. Obama destroyed a big portion of the American lifestyle, took away a lot of our freedoms, all his acts and his 44 czars and things like that. So I turned out to be politically more correct than my family, but they were upset that I had an Obama doll, in that I talked to the doll. But for a real man to talk to a doll is okay, as long as the answers that the real man gets from the dolls he knows are nothing more than his own inner thoughts. Whereas the old expression says, if you talk to God, it's okay. But if God talks to you, it's not okay. But sometimes that's not exactly true. So there have been people in history that have been blessed with the ability to hear inner thoughts of the nature of the universe. But this display, this despicable display of bending over and spreading one's butt crackers to show the big muffin split open. Could you send that? Could you send that? Could you put that on? Could you put that on a Christmas card? Let's just say, could you put it on a Christmas card or a birthday card with the video link and the timestamps and the comments that went with it? Could you do that? I don't think you could. So when I am now called crazy or a fool or foolish or insane, just rest assured, I've never done anything like that. Ever. I get ridiculed for bringing Obama doll on a 115-foot deep wreck dive. What is wrong with that? It's part of my comedy shtick. It's part of the nature of my channel. I bring Obama everywhere. I put Obama on the pizza box, in the pizza box. Sometimes in the near future, I might put Obama in the pizza. But it doesn't mean that I'm crazy. It just means that what made me famous, talking about Obama, is still part of my comedy routine. But you have outdone yourself. You have reached the bottom, no pun intended, the bottom of the YouTube community barrel. Jeez, that was disgusting, dude. Okay, let's see where we're at. I'm not going to, we don't name names on here. So the real flame, you will not try to guess the man's name. You will not put a name on my channel. Thank God he blurred it. It was like the mouth of a giant lamprey. Oh my God. A lamprey is, I think it's a bat. I'm not real sure what that is. Okay. The flat earth idea is almost as viable as the hollow toroid or sphere. Not quite sure. But who am I to say? It's a moot point of conjecture. I haven't astral traveled yet, but I'll let you know when. Thank you. Thanks for the answer. Figured you were right. I have no idea. Yes, a real flame. That you are right about that. He actually has a video where he demeans me for dipping pizza in black coffee. I don't see what the problem is, actually. That's just part of it. It was part of a skit I was doing with black coffee and pizza. I did about 5 different videos on that. And I couldn't get milk at that time. I don't know why I couldn't get milk. Where I went, I guess they just didn't have milk. I used to go to the Hess gas station. Maybe I had milk and didn't use it. I don't even remember. Now, Scott Del Fuego, wordsmithing, we see or not. Passport described a stretched out, gaping, flaccid maw surrounded by orange and white fur with hanging pieces of flesh. I'm glad I didn't see it. It was very disturbing. Now, I don't know. I heard that, but we didn't see it. We did not see it. I saw the first part of Passport TV's really dark-natured video. And you could, if you want to go see it for yourself, go to his channel, but I wouldn't. I don't think I'll go back there for at least, I don't know, an hour. I mean, a month. So, but he did describe it like that. He described it in a little bit more detail than what Scott said. And I'm glad Scott didn't give you all the detail that Passport described it. And Passport was a lot less nice than that. But he's a fucking criminal, Passport is. There's no doubt about that. What he did, I'm telling you, Warren saw that video, made me aware of it, and then said, I'm sending this off to the Australian Cybercrimes / Girl Scouts division, and that means it might go to Scotland Yard as well. So, Passport, you're in deep doo-doo. No pun intended. I found it. All right, Real Flame. Funny. No, you can't send links because I really don't know who you are. There are rules to get a wrench where you could send a link. And one of them is that I need to know exactly who you are, what your full name is, your telephone number, and Skype you. No problem. Thank you. Lewis, hey, don't forget Fazio was also a hero. He recognized a neighbor falling to low blood sugar and sprung into action. Jeez, Mike, you really have done it all. That was in part because my dad had been a diabetic since he was 38 years old, then lived with diabetes till he died at 75 from a heart attack, not from diabetes. So I kind of knew what to do, and I kind of knew what I was doing. I'm not an expert in that at all. I knew that what needed to be done, I could not do. There's a low blood sugar coma and a high blood sugar coma. And even at that time, in 2013, my dad had passed away on February 17th of 1994. So that was a full almost 20 years since I was familiar with diabetic comas. So, but I knew that I had to call the ambulance, and I knew I had to keep him awake. That's the main thing. Richie's a really strong guy. I didn't want to get too aggressive, but the ambulance luckily was only a few minutes away. So saving his life, probably I did. I mean, I don't know what the result would have been if I didn't call. Luckily, I was there. Let's just put it like that. I saved a lot of people's lives. In my lifetime, I saved people's lives that I can't prove, so I don't mention it. I've saved people from getting crushed by heavy equipment, smashed by 3,000 or 4,000 pound telephone poles that looked like they were the sling was gonna give way because it was on a slimy pole. I can't prove it, so I don't talk about it, but I saved a lot of people's lives. Not too many. Scott and other people could say the same thing, probably. And we don't have proof of it because at the time, mostly when I was in America doing marine construction, we didn't have cameras on us. We didn't even have cameras, video cameras, but I saved a lot of people's lives. So funny, HTB. All right, so if Scott posts a link, then that's okay because Scott is one of my trusted friends and wrenches. YouTuber with 6 million subs includes Fazio Pizza and Coffee Vid. I didn't know that. You know what? There is a irony to what Scott just said. 348 of the video. there is an irony to what Scott said. When I first started on YouTube, what made my channel famous, made me famous, was Obama and me abusing Obama. At the time, it was perfectly legitimate comedy and allowed. But what made me more famous was the fact that, honestly speaking, thousands, and I literally mean thousands of channels, were taking my videos and playing them on their websites. I've seen what I remember, and I don't remember everything from 10 years ago. I saw my video, Rabbi Jew Barker, playing on a big screen behind what appeared to be an Arab or Indian car dealer. And he was speaking in his language to sell cars, might have been Hindi, and my video, Rabbi Jew Barker, was playing on the big screen in the back. But in the beginning, if you Google the name of any one of my videos, it would come up on 100 different websites. People were using that crazy stuff I did back then to promote their websites. It was like a fad, and that's what really got me most of my subscribers. It wasn't until Google took over and realized that I wasn't kidding, that Obama really, in my opinion, was, part of an evil cabal. And then Google, being part of the same evil cabal, put the kibosh on my views, which I don't care about. Right now, I should have 200 or 300 people watching my live stream, and I have 16. I don't care. I'm going to do this with people or not with people. I'm going to do private videos on my Patreon account, whether I have Patreon members or I don't. In fact, one of my Patreon members, my newest Patreon member, I begged that woman to leave my Patreon account because her financials weren't up to what I would consider worthy of sending me money. So what she did was she reduced her pledge by half. That's the kind of people that like. She's been watching my Patreon videos. She knows it's well worth it. But I actually said to her, I will send you all my new uploads, because I have 3 ways of posting videos. I do my YouTube general videos, which are acceptable to Google's new laws and bylaws. I have my Patreon videos, which most of them go to every level, but not all. Some are more private than others and only go to the $10 or above level. And then I have my videos that I only send my friends. And I put her on the mailing list of only my friends. And she appreciated that. But I'm not going to quit your Patreon account. I'll move to the $10 level. I said, okay, because that's the minimum that you're allowed to sign up for my Patreon account, in case anybody doesn't know. I'm not kidding about this. If someone signs up for my Patreon account at the $5 level, I reject their request to be a member of my Patreon community. And then if they sign up at the $10 level, which is the only level they can sign up or above, I ask them for their phone number and I want to talk to them on Skype. If they don't send me back that information within an hour or 5 hours, depending on the time zone, then I reject their application to be a private member of my Patreon. And it's private for a reason, so that the owner of the account can control it. Now, you have other bloggers that have Patreon accounts that don't have anything on their Patreon account that they haven't already posted on YouTube. So their prestigious pledges go to watch videos that are all free on YouTube. Not the case with my Patreon account. 95% of my Patreon videos are only on Patreon, not YouTube. Can't be viewed on YouTube, have to be a member of Patreon. I have it like that so that people get the benefit of having to see what we call exclusive content. If you don't want to pay for my Patreon account, that's cool. That's okay. At least you have the opportunity to see stuff that I've never posted on YouTube. And I don't care one way or the other. But I've been ridiculed time and time again for how my Patreon account is set up. And that's what made me realize I was ridiculed for having a $1 and a $3 and a $5 and a $10 and a $20 and any pledge level after that. I was ridiculed for that. And I said, you know what? That guy, as much of an idiot that I think he is, he's right. I shouldn't have a $1, $2, $3, $5 account. I should make a minimum of 10. This way, if someone wants to talk to me, at least they're paying for my time, because my time is worth money. And if you don't think my time is worth money, then don't sign up for my Patreon account. But I've been asked already this week, privately, in messages that people have asked for me to call them, privately, sending me their phone numbers. In one case, the man's a very nice man, but I spent an hour on the phone with him a few months ago, and I don't see any reason to continue the conversation. It was pleasant, it was enjoyable, but it serves no purpose. It doesn't serve a purpose. We were supposed to do something together as a venture. I was going to sing with another blogger, a woman, and I sent her 3 emails, and he sent her 3 emails, and she never responded, and she never acknowledged, and he kept calling, sending me messages. Did you get in touch with her? I want you to sing with her. I'll give you $100. It's not worth $100 to me for the time I spent to try to sing with a blogger who doesn't respond to me. So again, I got a request to talk to him again. I have no need to talk to him. In fact, the money he put in Western Union, I rejected. I told him, if the money's still there, it's just going to disappear into Western Union's coffers. I'm not going to accept it. I don't want to sing with your friend. I don't want to talk to your friend. I don't want to even ask her if she wants to sing. I can't sing. She can sing. Pay her to sing. I'm not interested. That's the kind of request I get all the time. Michael, call me. I have something important for you to say. You have something important for you to say? Become a member of my Patreon community. Minimum $10 for 2 months, minimum. And then request a conversation. I'm going to request a conversation 10 minutes after you sign up. So you have to talk to me. You have to Skype me, or I'll block you. And then in a few months, if you're still a member, I'll give you some conversation time, which is reasonable. If you want to know a good place to go scuba diving or something like that in the Philippines, I'll give you the best information I can. But I can't know that you're going to even ever get to the Philippines. So that my Patreon account is worth the fact that I talk to you in real life, but I can't know that you're going to even be able to come to the Philippines anymore. So I can't guarantee what is good. I can only tell you from my past experience and give you videos of my past. But there are some people that can't earn money on YouTube because they have no valued content. Now, digressing back to the guy who spread the butt crack cheekers of his buttocks, that guy's never been able to earn any money on YouTube, serious. And in real life, I don't know. I think if he had to stand on his own 2 feet, I don't think he'd be able to make a living in that regards as well. But I don't know. But because he's never done it, unlike myself or Jack or Scott or Dennis, we've actually done work for ourselves, had our own companies or corporations. But unless you prove to me that that's part of your life and your background, I would say that you've chosen a good path, which is the easy way at the end of the day, and that you yourself could never stand on your own 2 legs, in my opinion. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion, right? Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. Dude, you could disclaim spreading the buttock cheekers of your buttocks all you want. You're not going to justify that to any law enforcement agency called Australian Cybercrimes, the Girl Scouts division of the Australian Cybercrimes, and possibly Scotland Yard. There is nobody that's going to look at that as normal behavior. And we'll find that out shortly. Thank you. Now, back. Thank you, Scott. The Patreon account is virtually unending source of an on-demand entertainment commentary and explorations of the mysteries of existence. I don't know if I put it exactly like that, but I have some crazy stuff on there. And I've spent 3 years in deep, intensive meditation. So if I owe any of my craziness to my existence, it's because I don't take life so serious as some people do. Some things I take very serious, but I mean, like if you were to tell me that one day, I think a lot of people are getting tired of hearing about this fucking karma thing. I think a lot of people are getting tired of, I am telling you that karma's gonna happen. I think a lot of people are tired of that bullshit. I think you're just pissing people off. If you wanted to go into the metaphysical aspect of reality, things appear. Here it is. Things appear. Things disappear. Trees grow. Trees fall down. Trees rot. You're born. Fortunately, if you live your life to be a full, long life, you live that and then you die. Those are some of the basic precepts of the universe. On the wall of my master, Richard Barons, you could look him up, Master Richard Barons. Master Richard Barons on YouTube. He now teaches football players and movie stars martial arts and meditation more. But on the wall of his bathroom, where I studied for several years, said there were signs. There was a sign on the wall as you sat down on the commode. And this too shall pass. I'll never forget that sign. I even have one of those signs, placards that he used to make while we were playing. Now, another one of his signs were things appear and things disappear. That's true. You grow up with your friends and they disappear. They're on Facebook and then they're gone. Where did they go? They died. Where did they go? They're offline. Things appear, things disappear. But to constantly bring up karma, karma's going to get the fat guy. Karma's going to get you. Karma, the lightning or thunder or fucking this, that, and the other thing. Karma. If people worried about all that bullshit to the level that he wants to infuriate people and intimidate and bully people, and you worry about it to that degree, he's just doing what he wants to do because you're weak-minded. If he intimidates you to believe that you're going to get struck by lightning or thunderbolt, or you're going to be run over by a truck because that's your karma. What about the guy? What about the guy's karma for being the most disliked blogger on YouTube? Doesn't that generate any karma? Serious. If you were the most disliked person on YouTube, bar none, if you had 58 enemies, if you were fighting 58 people, if you were going to bring justice, legal justice to 6 or 7 or 8 people, if you were going to bring all those people to court, doesn't that generate bad karma? No, not according to this world famous blogger. It's your karma, and he is your judge and jury. See, Now we're talking about mental instability. To believe that one person should be the regulator, and that's the right word, the regulator of YouTube, and to be the person to dish out justice on YouTube wherever it's needed, and to just spend his entire fucking life believing that his role in the passion play is to dispense justice to everybody. Everybody. He's the only great, like the great and powerful. I don't know what the fuck he thinks he is, actually. I'm not real sure what the fuck he thinks he is. I'm not real sure. But after that show from yesterday, with him saying, "You love my ass. You want my ass." After he said that, I don't know. I don't see where that guy is going. I don't see how you could justify one guy screaming out, "Show gay Gary the gat your lily white ass," and then that guy bending over and showing the gack his ass, saying, "You love my." I don't think it was funny. I don't think it was funny at all. I don't think it was funny. I'm sorry. It might have been funny if it was meant to be funny, but it wasn't meant to be funny. You were being trolled by Fat Slob Blogs. He was trolling your ass, no pun intended. He hates you. He hates what you are. Everybody knows this. He's always hated you from day one. If he says shit about me, none of it could be proven. I've watched his video about what my neighbor said about me. Well, what exactly did my neighbor say about me? Is there a real video of my neighbors talking to Fat Slob Blogs that I missed? That I missed something? Because I moved out in September of 2013. The people who bought the house in April of 2014. That was 7-8 months later. They never even met me. If they told Fat Slob Blogs that I was thrown out of my house because it was messy, that's a lie. Monroe County cannot throw you out of your house because they think it's messy. In fact, in 14 years that I knew Jack and the other Monroe County, Jack and I forgot the other man's name. Also, there was a woman, Nika. The woman's name was Nika. She only was code enforcement from 99 to 2003. But Jack and Tom. If Jack and Tom in 14 years never, ever asked to go into my house. So they couldn't know it was messy in the house. And I didn't invite the neighbors into my house, save a few times in 1999 when I bought the house so they could see what it looked like. So if I get reports that my house was messy and that's a lie. He lied about that. Nobody could know that Monroe County, or nobody could say they threw me out of my house because it was messy. They can't. First of all, they never saw the inside. And second of all, it's not part of the law. If you could have a messy house, you could get thrown out of it until they enact a law that says that you can't do that. So that's a lie. Number two, I did not get thrown out for having equipment on my property. Didn't happen. I had heavy equipment on my property. I got a notice in 2011, maybe, or 12. We're going to fine you for having equipment on your property. And I said, that's good. Thank you. And that was the last I heard of it. Every permit, every time I needed to cut a tree down, I just went into the same office to the same people that said, we're going to put a fine on your property. I said, okay, how you doing? Good. What do you need? I need a permit to take down a buttonwood tree. Where is it? Show us pictures. Got to give them a disc, and they give me a permit. I need a permit to clear a field. Okay. I never was denied a permit in Monroe County for anything I did legitimately for trees or clearing or anything like that. So I never was on any kind of, blacklist in Monroe County. In fact, I was probably better friends with most of the code enforcement agents than anybody else, aside from being friends with the mayor of Key Largo and most of the brothers in the Masonic Order. I never had a problem where I lived. I moved out because Obama destroyed the economy. So Fatslaw Blog saying he talked to my neighbor. Let's say he talked to the woman 7 months after I sold the house. The downstairs of my house was empty since 2008. That's 6 years. So she says the house was dirty. What did she expect, to buy a mansion on the auction block? And besides that, the house was slated to have the downstairs removed from 2008. That's the truth. Look it up, Monroe County Code Enforcement tearing down all illegal downstairs structures. Did I care? Okay. So let's just say he said, I bought this house and it was dirty. And is that the truth? Can she prove it? Does she have video that she gave Fatslaw Blog? Or the neighbor? Which neighbor should we talk about? The alcoholic across the street that drank a 12-pack every day, except on Saturday and Sunday he went to an 18-pack and was a school teacher for Monroe County and smoked pot 6 times a day. Should we talk about that neighbor? You want to talk about neighbors? If I didn't talk to my neighbors, it was because every one of them was a fucking stone-cold alcoholic and drug addict. Every one of them. One or the other. Drugs or alcohol or both. So is Fatslaw Blog going to interview one of those people? Or he didn't talk. I talked to everybody. I just didn't socialize with everybody. So whatever Fatslaw Blog said in his famous Fazio video, blah, 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 it's all third-party hearsay, number one. And what I watched is all lies in his 3-minute and 40-second video. Everything was a lie except one piece of the video. One piece. One piece said, and it was only partially true, he had so many fines and penalties for code violations. No, I had one that I know of for having heavy equipment on the property. That's it. Maybe after I moved out, code enforcement came on my property and looked around and said, wow, you built a beautiful fish cleaning station that would withstand a Category 5 hurricane, but it has to be removed because you didn't have a permit for it. If that's a code violation, whilst I lived on the property, I was never aware of it. So Fatslaw Blog, everything he said was a lie, and I'll emphatically deny everything that he said, except I had a code violation for having a heavy equipment on the property. But he says he hates me, fat Fazio, useless Fazio. All that shit just went way out the window when he abused, physically and mentally degraded and degenerated his so-called idol to the point where theoretically that man shouldn't even be able to show his face in real life. He degraded his idol by flattering him with comments, which, who was it that said that? The hemorrhoid itself, you can sure win over Frank with flattery. That's what he said. And Fatslaw Blogs did just that. He did that for a couple of hours. He abused his so-called idol. He abused him and abused him and abused him to the point he made the man take his pants down and show the innards of his butt crack. That's abuse. Fat Slob Vlogs has taken over and gone places that the hemorrhoid dare not go. Because the hemorrhoid is a class A fucking coward that he's never shown his face. And he would never do what Fat Slob Vlogs did. Wow. All right. So Pedro. Press 1 for the operative branch and 2 for the speculative branch of the Rose and Pedro Arcanum Brotherhood of the Mystic Anchovy. I believe opening up a loosened, toneless rectum for display to the world is demonstrative of severe mental instability, in my opinion. And Warren Hunt, who has a degree in psychology, concurs with Scott Del Fuego's assessment of the mental state. There is no justifying what was done on Fat Slob Vlogs YouTube live stream yesterday. None. There is none. There's no justification. Can't be justified. Not under the color of comedy, not under the color of you can't stand on YouTube and say, kiss my lily white ass. I know you're gay and I know you want to see my lily white ass, and then bend over and say the things that you said, all the while Fat Slob Vlogs yelling out and screaming out, the gay gack, he wants to see your ass. And then you showing it to him and then calling him gay. Did you like that? There's nothing that justifies that. That's just mentally, I don't know what it's. Scott said it's demonstrative of severe mental instability. That's what it is. Rectum damn near killed him. Rectum damn near killed him. Certainly killed any credibility. He says that Fazio has no credibility because I bang a pot. Here, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to bang this fucking pot, and I'm going to... Here, let me ask you people. You could answer the question. See this pot? See the big smile? If I bang this pot, if I bang that pot, does that put me in the same category as me bending over and spreading the butt cheeks of my ass and then saying, we know you're gay, having people in the background saying, gay Gary Kennedy, gay Gack, gay to watch this. I'm going to bend over and spread my buttocks. Does banging the pot supersede being an asshole, no pun intended, the same quality asshole, no pun intended, as bending over and banging a pot? So if you had to say, I'm friends with the guy who bent over and spread his ass wide open on YouTube while screaming out, we know you're gay, this is for you, or the guy who bangs the pot, who would you rather be friends with? So we have 14 people. I don't care if we have 14 people and we get one answer. We'll take a consensus. Who would you prefer to say, this is my friend Michael Fazio, he bangs the pot, and this is my friend, the guy who bent over on a live stream several times while somebody else was showing, show gay Gary your ass. And then he bent over and pulled his ass cheeks apart. All the while knowing that he was doing it for my friend Gary Kennedy, who was not gay, but he was pretending that Gary wanted to see his ass. Gary probably didn't want to see that. That was pretty. So anyway, let's get back to the thing. So that's the exact description of the mystery schools. Well, if you've ever gone through the state of cosmic consciousness or elevated into what is called the Samadhi experience or the Christ consciousness, you know it's all bullshit. But until you get there, you take life a lot more serious than probably needs to be. The secret of the mystery of the ages is that all suckers and members are being used. That's right. And only a true mystic master, a true teacher, a true guru will try to make you aware that what you just said is true. And once you realize that once you realize the big secret, then you could choose to be, well, it depends. If you're studying calligraphy under a master, you might stay under that master for a short period of time, but if you're in a state of enlightenment, you'll realize that you no longer need the master to teach you calligraphy. Calligraphy doesn't come from the master. Calligraphy comes from the source or the Godhead or the Christ consciousness. So you would only stay with a guru or a teacher or a master if there was still more for you to learn. Unlike the navigator in Dune, I can fold my own way into space and time without any spice. That was a good movie, Dune. You know, I met a woman named Sharon. I used to call her She-Ron. So her father was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason. I didn't know that when I met her. I went to a party in Homestead. It was to learn how to dance, to do some kind of one of those dances where everybody moves together. I never got good at that. Anyway, I met Sharon there, and she was about my age, very pretty woman. And we didn't really, we talked and we used each other as a dance partner over the course of a few weeks. And one day, I don't know why, but the topic of movies came up. And she said to me, "What's your favorite movie?" And I said, "Dune." She goes, that was like sending that woman 6 dozen roses. She fell in love with me. She goes, "You're the only man I ever met that would say Dune." And we dated for a long time after that. It was probably 1999 when I first bought my house, for sure. Because I remember she on a Friday night, she'd bring over groceries. And she'd stay till Monday or Tuesday. And I never knew where she came from or where she went, and I didn't care because I'm not like real nosy about where. She was a wonderful lady. We had a great relationship. She liked swimming. We had a little rubber dinghy that we used to go out. We'd row out to the ocean and go snorkeling. And she was very fair. She was very reasonable. She helped me fix the house, and she would help me do whatever I needed to do at the time I had what was it? It was a GT Mustang, and in 1990. It was pretty fast, but it wasn't it wasn't the fastest car ever, and she loved that car. And one day she said to me, I'm going to be selling my house. Do you want to help me move some furniture? And I said, sure. And I went to her house. She didn't live in a house. No, she didn't live in a house. She lived in an estate. It was beyond anything I ever met a woman who I dated. So we moved furniture, well, all that day and the next day to her family members. Whoever wanted stuff came to her house. And then when the stuff was left over, it was a dining room set, living room furniture, and a bedroom set, and a bunch of other stuff, dishwares and stuff like that. And she said, you can have this. And I'm going, this stuff is all beautiful oak, all oak furniture and stuff. She goes, yeah, it's okay. She gave me thousands and thousands of dollars worth of furniture. But I remember that movie Dune, that it was her favorite movie. And we eventually we saw that movie. We went somewhere where it was playing, and we both enjoyed it. But anytime I see the word Dune, I think of She-Ra. And she was pretty cool. I mean, a woman that liked science fiction and Dune and understood what Dune was about, the spice, the drug of the universe. That was pretty cool. Sweet Skate Vlogs is still here. Scott Del Fuego. Hello, Sweet Skate Vlogs. Very tenacious. Oh, she's got standing stamina. Sweet Cakes does. So if anybody has any questions, I could give you, but I won't. I could. I have decided. That was a power strip. That was 4 big slugs, 7 small bubbles. I put together a list yesterday of my favorite all-time videos of other vloggers who took my video clips and made music videos out of them or comedy videos out of them. And I think, let me see, I think I have 7 of those. I'll look right now. I have a list of them, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10. So there are my 10 favorite music. See, they're all by one guy, and they all have several thousand views on them. But this guy took my work, and I mean solely my work, with Obama, the Dick of Doom, the skeleton of the fish that I called Space Pussy, blue balls, the blue glass balls I had in my house in Key Largo on my desk that sat on top of these steel nuts. There were 2 blue balls about that big, made out of glass, and they sat on top of the nuts. And then I put the DOD between them. He took about 500 or 600 clips of my videos and put music to them and cut them up, including my backyard, my house in America, in New York, my house, my ride to America with the truck I rented in September of 2013, the big renter truck that I brought my equipment to, my last truckload of equipment to New York with, to put in one of my warehouses. He took all of those clips, thousands and thousands and thousands of minutes of clips. And then he took them and pulled them apart and put music to them. But what I think I'm going to do is to the Scott Del Fuego group of 11 that get the emails, I'm going to send those out as a group of 10 videos. So Scott, you have that to look forward to. I actually will send them out as soon as I'm done with this. I have it on my screen now. And there is one more thing I want to talk about. Christmas. Now listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. Christmas has officially been canceled. I didn't even laugh at that, Scott. Not what you said. I didn't even laugh. I have no pity for that guy. That man made a fucking fool out of himself. And then, if you'll notice, he tried to backpedal on his upload today. I was doing it, and nobody had any fucking fun with that. Dude, everybody looks at you like you're fucked up in the head. That's how people look at you. Nobody fucking, make no mistake about it. I don't think you'd get anybody to take your side. And Scott would have an opinion about that. I mean, if after a disgusting display of humanity like that, do you think that somebody would say, this is my good friend over here? You know, he did that as part of a comedy routine. Unless you were getting paid to do comedy on a stage, which that might even not be politically correct anymore. But I mean, 30 years ago, that might have been accepted as part of a comedy routine, but I don't think so in today's age. I think they just think you're fucked up. And I think they think correctly. I think you're fucked up for doing that. Passport certainly thinks you're fucked up. So I think I'll send that out. But I want to say that in a large part of the community in America and in Manila, in Manila, Christmas is not canceled in Manila. But what is slated to be stopped is Christmas caroling in Manila. I thought that was interesting. I actually enjoy the children Christmas caroling, but the rules are, I think I saw it yesterday, that Christmas caroling in Manila only is going to be, I would imagine Christmas caroling is not going to be stopped. I imagine it'll be less flagrant. And I would imagine on Christmas Eve, they would even possibly waive the rule. But Christmas in many parts of America is gone. That's it. Your last Christmas was last year. Thank you, Princess. So Scott says, I'm drinking some anise water, which is, in case you don't know what anise is, I found it by accident. I'll show it to you, people, and Scott will confirm this. By putting anise in your water jug, I'll show that to you too. Okay, you know how that you drink out of a bottle of water, right? You know how you drink, right here, see this bottle of water? Okay, I drank out of this bottle of water. I filled it up and I put it in the refrigerator 2 days ago. Now, if I drink out of this bottle, and I leave what's called a little bit at the bottom, the saliva from my mouth is going to make this full of bacteria in a day or so, unless it's refrigerated. But the fact that this water came from a bigger bottle with anise in it, you could leave this out in the sun for a month and drink it, and there won't be any bacteria in the water. I don't know why. All I know is that I put some bottles of water in a cockpit of a machine in 2018, I guess. And in 2020, I took the bottles out of the machine and drank it, and there was no bacteria in the bottle. So for 14 or 15 months, whatever saliva I put in the bottle, the anise didn't allow to proliferate in the bottle. So let me show you what it is and how I do it and how it can be done. I mean, it's up to you, but get back up there. I'm going to get my supply of anise and then my reservoir of anise. So first of all, I used to put the anise in separate bottles, but now I take a 10-liter bottle of distilled water and I put the anise in the bottom. Now, I don't put that much anise in 10 liters. I put 8 stars of anise, 9 stars, 1 for each liter. And then on Sunday, every Sunday, I add 8 or 9 more stars. I use the same bottle and I fill it up. So right now I have bottles over here that have to be filled up. So I have 10 bottles here, and 10 bottles is 1 jug of water with anise in it. Now, I empty all the water out of here on Sunday. I have 3 of these. On Sunday, I use this whole bottle and put 7 or 8 or 9 more stars in there. And I'll show you what that looks like. And then I use that. And then on the next Sunday, now if I use all of those jars, I will fill it up. Like say I use this jar by Wednesday, I just fill it up again. No more anise. But on Sunday, I add 7, 8, or 9 stars. Depends on the size of the stars. So I only add anise on Sunday, but I fill up the bottles as often as they need filling up. Now, recently, I could go with 30 liters of water per week. So that's the 3 jars once each week. And then on Sunday, I fill it up again. So here is what anise looks like. Okay, so these are, it comes in bags like that. And I don't know how many I have. I like to keep, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Plus I have 2 in another place. That's my weekly stash. So let me show you what this looks like. Let me show you what they look like. So if you put this, if I take those empty bottles and fill it up with the water that has the star anise in it and drink half of it and leave it out in the sun for a month or 2 months, you can still drink it. It will not grow bacteria. I don't know why, but it does. I came upon it as a fluke. I was looking for pepper, and this is on the same shelf as pepper. You buy 25 grams. Why can't you see that? 25 grams. Well, either way, it's 25 grams of anise. It's 20 pesos. Excuse me, 10 pesos. So what I have to find is a pair of scissors. What are my scissors? Here they are. Okay, so I have a little nail clipper. I'll open that up with my... I've had this since I was a Boy Scout, Cub Scout. A little cuticle scissor, like a... It's a can opener and a nail file and a little edge. It has no edge on it anymore. I found it the other day, well, a couple of months ago, in a box. Thought it was interesting. To have something, it's called the trim trail. To have something since you're like 5 or 6 years old and remember when you got it, who gave it to you, that's interesting. Okay, so I remember that like the guy who bent over and spread his butt cheekers is going to remember that for the rest of his life. Nobody will ever let him live that down. So whatever he says about me in the near future, tomorrow, next week, next month, nothing will ever disgust anybody on YouTube of what I've done compared to how he embarrassed himself, possibly his family, and his standing in the community. I don't believe that's gonna... Okay, here, I'll do it like this. This is a star anise. Nope. Let's try to do it a little differently. There we go. There we go. That's what a star anise looks like. Now, so I picked it up. I thought it was pepper, and I smelled it. And I says, oh, this smells like licorice. Let me buy some of this, which is basically it's licorice flavor. So you could break off one of these stars like this, and you could put that under your gum, like some people put chew, and that'll keep your mouth tasting like licorice for all day. And or you could just put it in the water. Now you could put it in a water bottle like this, but I would suggest if you put it in the water bottle, I would suggest every 2 months. So again, and if you put this in the water bottle, 1 star anise, more than enough for a week. Next week you put another one in. But at the end of 8 or 10 weeks, I throw all the anise out and I start again with fresh only. Because eventually the original stuff loses its flavor and it serves no purpose. It's just cluttering up the bottom. So today is Sunday. You will have the honor of watching. Now, that piece I put under my gums didn't last long at all. I chewed on that. It tastes just like licorice, black licorice. So let me get let me get 10 pieces, 8 pieces of that. All right. It's really good plain, too. Okay. So here we are. So here's 1. Here's 2. 3. Now these are pieces. 4. 5. 6. 6 pieces. Now I said I put 8, which I do. Where the fuck did it go? 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 pieces. Today's Sunday. Now I'll take this container and they'll sit at the top in the water. By next week, they'll sink to the bottom. And that's how you know if you've put them in or not. It takes about a week. Takes about a week for them to sink to the bottom. I don't know why, but that's how long it takes. You can chew them. You can put them under your tongue. You can put them in water. You can take one, not more than that, and put it in 1.5 gallons of tomato sauce. Now, most people don't understand that sometimes you put a pinch of sugar in 1.5 or 2 gallons of sauce. I've switched from sugar to the anise. Works fine. Now, I've had this much anise in this container, I don't know, well over 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years. I had 2 of these containers. The reason is because they were about 7 pesos at the time I bought them. And spice lasts forever. So I said, you know what? Give me 50 of those. She goes, what are you going to do with 50? I says, I'll give them to my friends, or just, they'll last forever. It's a spice. So when I paid 7 pesos for those, last time I checked, they were 10 pesos, which is still 40% more than what it was. Now, I don't know what they are now. I have no idea. But it is one damn good way to flavor your water on the cheap. And maybe if you flavored your water and you felt good about the water that you drink, you wouldn't be on YouTube bending over and spreading the cheeks of your ass. I mean, maybe there's some correlation with that. Maybe the anise would calm you down. Publicly winking the brown eye on social media is frowned upon in sane company. Yeah, it's not the same as if you and the boys went out drinking and you got drunk and you were all friends from the time you were kids. Not the same. Tenacious means you don't give up easily. That's right, Prince. You've never given up. You've never given up, Princess. Thank you. Good idea, Princess. Anne says, Sweet Skate Vlogs. My friend Michael, water is good for our health. A little cinnamon is good in gravy as well. And yes, it is. Yeah, some sort of sweet spice takes the place of sugar and definitely gives it, adds to it. Doesn't detract in any way. Culinary secrets: sugar, cinnamon, and nutmeg in chili. You know, chili. I love chili. I love a good chili. In fact, when I lived in Florida, I met a woman, not Shiran, who, and not anybody I dated. It was a woman I did work for. And she had a boyfriend named Paul. I forgot her name. She made a chili one day when I had to put P-rock around her house, but I also had to build a seawall out of hamstones, which are about 40 to 60 pound rocks, is what we call a hamstone. about a foot in diameter. So she made me a chili once, and I went on a chili binge and ate chili a lot. I don't remember how she made it, whether it had nutmeg or anything in it, but it just brought back memories of that. Was that, and there was a pork with cabbage, but we baked it, not fried it. I wish I remember what was in it. That was really good too. Does anybody have oh, so I started, so I wanted to talk to you about Christmas. I wanted to talk to you about how many stores are open in the Philippines. Not a lot. Not a lot. In Alona Beach, of the 450 stores or thereabouts, see, I got to the pizzeria. I got to Giuseppe's. I'm going to say it was just after 5 o'clock. And it had already closed down. There's just no business. So I went to a Tavola. That was open. But on the way to the store, I think 8 out of 10 businesses were closed. Even it was between like 20 minutes to 5 and 5:10 that I was in transit. Now, that's a lot of businesses that are closed. Now, in the city of Tagbilaran, when I went in on pay my bill on Friday maybe, every store in the mall was open. Most were completely empty. And I mean, when I say empty, that just the person working at the counter and the guard. That's it. But outside on the city streets of Tagbilaran itself, normally they have the Christmas lights up. They had no lights, nothing, zero, no lights were up on the streets. Normally the city of Tagbilaran, by this time, has the Christmas lights up on every light pole, has a star and lights going up the pole, and there are no lights yet. They may do that later on. But 8 out of 10 stores in the province are closed, and probably 3 out of 10 stores are closed on the main street. And the ones that are open don't have any business. So it really doesn't matter, does it? If your store is open and you're not making any money, or your store is closed, the difference is you're spending money for electric and help. Now, I walked into the Ace Hardware store in the ICM Mall to look for a specific thing. They didn't have it. But there was there might have been 25 people working in the Ace Hardware store, and they had the sale of Christmas lights and those electric light shows that go on the wall. They had all of that stuff set up, Santa displays and Christmas trees and bulbs, plastic bulbs and light. Not a single person in the store. 25 people at 9 o'clock in the morning. I went there just before I went upstairs to the Globe. So maybe 5 minutes to 9. But not a single person, 25 people in the store, not a single person in there shopping except me. It's bad. It's bad here. It's bad. It's in my local stores, let's say on my block within 1,000 feet of my house, let's just say that's my block. The biggest and most prestigious Sari store, the one that the most money was spent on in regards to refrigeration, the building itself, and ice boxes, and the stock of beer and sodas. I don't know what it cost the guy to build it. He wasn't a Filipino, but his wife is Filipino, naturally. His store was open for exactly 3 months when the virus hit. Now it doesn't matter. And 3 months before the virus and 5 days, 6 days after the virus, it's just an empty shell. There's nothing in it. There's no refrigerators. There's no counters. There's no shelving. I don't know where the stuff went, but it's all gone. Now, 2 other stores that were Sari stores are now nothing, zero. There's no stock. There's nothing in the store. And the 2 that remain are only in business because there's some construction going on nearby. Otherwise, they would be closed also. So 3 are closed. 2 would be closed if they weren't directly next door to some construction. Had that construction not taken place, their stores would be closed. There's a place that does power washing, gone. And there's no more power washing. It's still there, but no one ever goes there to get anything power washed. 3 hotels, gone. They're empty, completely empty. Not even one person in the hotel. And then as you walk down the block, it's worse. And my block is a very, because it had the 2 big hotels, 3 hotels on it, really. Because it had those on there was a lot of business from the divers, but now nothing. There's nothing there. Yep, Scott's moving into the chili mode. Anyway, that was something I enjoyed for a while. I haven't had any chili here in the Philippines that I remember. If I wanted chili, I'd probably make it myself anyway. I don't know. I forgot how to make it, but I'd get a recipe. I don't cook much. If I want to have I don't eat much because of the chemicals they put in the food here. And like, I can't eat chicken anymore. I can't eat popcorn because of the way they grow the seeds. The corn is fertilized with chemicals that hurt my body. Without eating that stuff, I don't break out in bleeding lesions on my face and my neck and in my ears. As soon as I start eating, like if I want to make a bowl of popcorn, I could make a bowl of popcorn as long as it's just like 3 cups of popcorn. But if I ate popcorn every day for a week, the same amount, I would have bleeding lesions all over my body because there's some chemical in the food they put here. Same thing with chicken. I love chicken. I used to love chicken, but the chemicals that they're putting in, I am allergic to the chemicals. I know you've heard people say, it's got flesh-eating bacteria. That fucking video went to the Girl Scouts as well, by the way. But no, I don't have flesh-eating bacteria. In fact, I'm going to do, those of you who remember, Scott would remember this. I did a live stream where, what was it, going on 6 weeks now, where I put a gash on the side of my left foot about this long and about 3/8 of an inch deep. And I cleaned it out with some anise water and some peroxide, and I put some silver sulfadiazine on it. That leg is basically almost 100% healed. Whereas that little bacterial compartmentalized bacteriological infection from the welding rod from 3 years ago is still not going away. But it is going away. It goes away, and then I go and have a glass of soda, 1 glass of soda, 2 pieces of candy, and it comes right back. I'm gonna show you something. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show you 2 chemicals. One is called vinegar, and one is called soy sauce. And then I'm going to show you a third product called fish oil. I'm going to show you these 3 things, and I'm going to tell you what would happen, and you people could believe it or not. And I might even do an experiment, except that it hurts my body to do this experiment. So I don't consume any of this at all. None. 0. But I'm going to show you these 3 chemicals that will, what they'll do in, well, we're not talking hours, we're not talking minutes, we're talking seconds. What they will do to my body in seconds. If you saw it happen, and I might do a live stream about this, if you saw it happen, you'd say, no, that's impossible, but it's not impossible. So right now, on my right foot, I have it's kind of like a scab now, because I have consumed 0 salt, 0 chicken. Well, I haven't had any candy in a month, not even 1 piece. I don't eat much candy anyway. No soda. But last week, what was it that I ate? Last week I had mayonnaise on some cheese. Not much though. Just like a normal amount of mayonnaise that you'd put on a sandwich. And I had that 3 days in a row. The wound on my foot went the size of a dime to the size of a 50-cent piece. If I took this soy sauce and took 3 tablespoons of this soy sauce, right now, the bacteriological infection, compartmentalized bacteriological infection I have on my foot, right now it doesn't hurt. There's no pain. It's not throbbing. And it has a bandage on it. And it has some silver sulfadiazine on it. And it's going away. If I took 3 tablespoons of this, or 2 tablespoons, within 45 seconds, it would feel like someone was, I don't know, poking it with a pencil or something like that, and it would hurt to where it would send pain right up through my whole leg into my brain from just 2 or 3 tablespoons of this. And within a minute, it would start leaking clear fluid. Within 2 minutes, it would start leaking blood. Okay, that's when you know you're allergic to something. This stuff, 2 tablespoons of this would kill you. And this stuff is called patis. It's basically anchovy flavor with salt. This is soy sauce with vinegar. They both have salt in it. But something else that they're putting in these chemicals causes the inflammation of my foot. Not soy sauce, not fish oil. So 20 granules of the salt I buy in the Philippines will make the wound leak fluid and blood within 100 seconds. 20 granules of salt. That's not a lot. But I could take a jar of pink Himalaya salt and grind up a quarter of an ounce and put it on a pizza pie and eat the whole pie. And nothing happens. But just one shake of the salt shaker and my foot gets inflamed to where it won't fit into my shoes, and it starts leaching water and blood. We're talking seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. It's like it goes in you and it goes straight to the wound. It's kind of like if you breathe in naphtha, aliphatic naphtha, when you're doing a paint job, two breaths, and you're all monkeyed up, or gasoline gives you a headache after just one breath. That's the same way. That's how fast it reacts to my body. So I could eat all the Himalaya salt, all I want. In Giuseppe's, they have Himalaya salt. I can grind it on there forever. Nothing happens. Put 20 granules of regular salt that you buy here in the Philippines. My feet swell up like this, like balloons, and water starts leaching out. See this galvanized nut? Most people could hold this nut in their hand like this for, I don't know how long anybody could hold it in their hand, but if they held it in their hand this long, nothing's going to happen. They're just going to hold it in their hand. If I hold this in my hand for a minute, already that few seconds, my fingers are numb from the galvanized chemical in the galvanizing. Or even already the tips of my fingers are desensitized to feeling, because I'm allergic to chemicals. That's why I don't consume. Well, I sure as hell would never consume that alcohol that they have here. They don't have anything here that's called alcohol that, as far as I know, is consumable. Maybe I don't drink, so I'm not about to test it all out. All I do know is that about a year ago, I guess it's going on a year, I had salt on my pizza, and my feet swelled up so bad it was unbelievable. I thought because I was out for the day and walking around, it wouldn't swell up, but it was bad. And on last December 8th, because that's a big day here in Fiesta-wise, that's almost a year ago, on December 8th of 2019, I went to a party, and the host, I gave him 2 bottles of Tanduay, and the host demanded I have a shot of Tanduay with him. I will never have another shot of Tanduay. Yo! Hold on. I will never drink that shit again. Not for me. Okay. I will never drink that shit again. That was so I remember that day. And then, the chemicals they put in whatever they have are pretty bad here. Yes, it was bad looking wound, but nothing like the horrible sepsis that resulted from the welding burn. That seemed like it would never end. No, that's what I'm talking about, Scott. That welding wound from 3 years ago never went away. It's still on my foot. It's just not as big as it was. That's the same wound. There's nothing. It just went from being this big on my foot down to about that big. And if I eat, basically, I'm reduced to eating pork and cabbage. No more salt. That's out. No more salt. No soy sauce. No patis. no soda, no alcohol, no candy, no chocolate, not any kind of candy that they sell here. None of the candies that I give the children, nothing. Can't eat any of that shit anymore. Basically, I have coffee. I can eat brown sugar, but not white sugar. And it's the same wound from 3 years ago that was this big is now this big. It won't go away. If the wound on my foot closes up, it opens up on my leg somewhere. For some reason, it's as if there's a certain amount of poison still in the body, and yet the wound on my left leg from the board falling on my foot, that's all gone. So it has nothing to do with my body's ability to heal. It has to do with some kind of poison that was in that welding rod spatter. Now, when I say it goes away on my foot, it comes out on my leg, it's where there was spatter on my leg. In other words, let's say it has to be relieved. Say your foot is cleaned up, well then, when it wants to open up, it might open up on the leg. And then it'll go away on the leg, and the next time it'll open up on the foot. But it's never gone away in 3 years, except when I went to New York for 60 days. All wounds healed up 100%. Something in the food they put in this food here that's destroying the genome of the Filipino people, and I'm just susceptible to it. Yeah, I don't have any wish, want, will, or desire to drink alcohol, though. I never liked alcohol. I would go sometimes in America, I don't know, 10 years. Once I went without having an alcoholic beverage. I just don't like it. When you operate in heavy equipment, you take the responsibility for the men underneath you and around you. Other operators got drunk and high and stuff. I just didn't do that. But I just don't like alcohol. I never liked it. I didn't drink alcohol much my whole life. A couple of times I think I might have been drunk 3 times, 4 times that I could remember drunk. And probably should have got drunk more than that, but I just don't like it. I don't like drinking alcohol, especially don't like drinking alcohol around people I don't know. And especially I don't like drinking alcohol in places that I don't know. Like you go on vacation. I went on vacation in 1980 to Aruba and Curacao with the U.S. consulate for the Pan American Canal. The Pan American Canal. I got drunk then. Oof, did we get drunk? But we were on an island partying with the American consulate. Everybody was a colonel or a general or a... I remember drinking for that whole week. I never did that before or after. No. Yeah, I had x-rays. I had x-rays taken immediately. They were looking for bone damage. Nothing. They couldn't... these people here, I don't know if they saw what you're asking. No, I don't drink even... No, I don't need to sleep. I don't need to get it to go to sleep anymore. I'll go out and do something that's... No, I don't. I gave up on alcohol. I think I had that the last time I had a shot of rum was December 8th. And at some point in between, I bought 2 bottles of alcohol that lasted about 2 weeks. And there was a reason I bought that. But, and then I never drank again. So this year, I drank. This is one of them right here. This is one of these bottles of Mojitos. 36% volume alcohol, and it's 700 liters. 2 of these bottles, myself and someone else drank in 1 year, in 1 2-week period. And that's it. That didn't affect me so much that I know. But I don't really care about that. No more beer. I haven't had a beer since 2000. Had to be 2016, maybe. And it was at a friend's house. That was when that guy Andrew was there telling me I should go to Thailand. That was the last time I drank a beer. And it was just one beer. So what is that? That's got to be 3 years ago, at least. All right, then I'm going to wrap it up. I know that some people are out there. They have to review my video and look for allegations and libel and slander. And what they should do is look in the fucking mirror. They need to look in the fucking mirror. They need to stop pretending that what they did was normal and start fucking facing reality. That shit went straight to, via Warren Hunt, it went straight to the Australian Cybercrimes / Girl Scout Division, possibly Scotland Yard, as a reference to character. So don't worry about what I do. You're not going to justify that anywhere, anyhow, anyway. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you're going to justify that with. Everybody was making fun of your lily white ass, making fun of you. You weren't reading the comments. There were people that were saying the most derogatory things about you. There were people saying some of the most disgusting things about your personal life. And there were people in the comments saying some of the most disgusting things of who they were sending the video to. None of them were sending the video to the police, but Warren. Warren made it clear as day. That shit's going straight to the Australian Cybercrimes or Girl Scout Division and possibly Scotland Yard as character reference. Don't make any bones about that. Don't worry about Fazio. Don't worry about Fazio banging a pot. Don't worry about Fazio making a lot. Don't worry about Fazio losing his super chat friends, because I ask them. I ask people every day, don't send me super chat. Don't worry about any of that. What you should be worried about is where that video goes. Because people, while you were being an asshole, no pun intended, we're saying, I'm going to send this video to this place. And people in the comments section were saying, I'm going to send the video here. And people in the comments section, they were fucking clear as day where they were sending that video. Me personally, I'm not going to send it anywhere. All right, then, everybody. Thanks, Scott. King Bob, thank you for saying hello. My day is going well, thank you. Roja, Pedro, Princess Anne, and I'm going to go through it. I'll just say hello. Not a lot of people made comments today. That's okay. King, Louis Pagan Potts, thank you. Lacroni, thank you. Real Flame, thank you. Real Deal, my friend Jay. I know you're not watching anymore, but thanks for stopping by. And thank you very much. Thank you. I mean, that was way unexpected. Thank you very much, Jay. I don't know what or why, but I appreciate the money. But please don't do that again. Jeremy Burt, thank you for stopping by. And that's it. Who do we have for a troll today? Not so many trolls. Jim Bob was always posting good stuff. Jim Bob always, with every comment that Jim Bob, as a new comment that was pretty intelligent. Thank you if you're still watching. And no. Gogo Bobo's sister stopped by. That was interesting. Thank you. Heidel Strauskog, you're pretty much not welcome anywhere. Especially after you threaten somebody's life on social media. That was a big mistake. That was you made that mistake, you can't undo it. It's a kind of mistake that's kind of hard to undo. That actually, in every, you hear this from a not so very famous blogger, but there are certain things that can't be undone, and Heidel Strauskog's comment insinuating or threatening or possibly threatening Warren H's life started a fucking avalanche that's about ready to fall. And remember what I tell you, the Girl Scouts are coming. Like Paul Revere was running through the street on his trusty steed. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. Just remember Paul Revere, his famous words. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, wait. Are you serious, Scott? Whoa! I might have to go another hour. Are you serious? I understand that video has been posted on the homosexual site of Pornhub already. So I don't want to know the link, and I don't want to know the name of the video. But is that true? That's what I want to know. Scott will not lie. Just not one of those people that does that. We're waiting. We're all sitting here waiting with bated breath. So, yeah, there's something else. You've noticed I've been sitting here for just under 4 hours, right? Have you seen me? Well, except for water. I need more water. Hold on. Let me get water. I got to get more water. I got 10 liters of water and I'm out of water. Hold on. I'll be right back. Have you seen me go to use the boys' room? Have you seen me have to go to the bathroom? Have you seen me smoke a cigarette? Have you seen me have to relieve myself, go outside for 5 minutes? No, because I have what is called self-control. And I don't allow, well, I mean, if I had to go to the bathroom, I would just say I have to go to the bathroom. But you notice on some people's live streams, they can't go 50. The habit is every 15 minutes without having a cigarette. That's no control. All right, so Scott has an answer. I was told it was. I am not about to check and see. Okay, I understand that. I could honestly say in I don't know, it's going on 30 years. 1990, I got a computer on and off the internet temporarily back then. But in 30 years, I've never been to a porn site. I had the guy who bought me my first Obama doll, he was a freaking, oh God, that guy was on porn sites all day. And he would share a screen with me. And I'm going, what the fuck? I don't want to look at that shit. If I want porn, I'm not going to watch it on TV. But yeah, so Scott says, I was told it was, but he's not going to check, because why would you want to have your computer hooked up to that shit? I mean, I guess, if you're an adult and you watch that shit and you think it's okay. If it's okay for you, I don't really care. But I've never met anybody, save one person, that watched porn. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that you gotta actually wonder about the true nature of a person to do shit like that. What is their true character? I mean, I'm not going to insinuate. All I know for sure is what I heard Fat Slob Vlog yelling out. Fat Slob Vlogs was yelling out at the top of his lungs, "Come on, pull your pants down, show him that ass. The gay gack wants to see it." And he did. So, I mean, that doesn't make him gay. Certainly makes him fucked up. That's for sure. All right, then. We'll say goodbye. Thank you. I wanted to go to 4 hours. I should do 4 hours. Let's see. It's something else. Let me go to my notes. Never even looked at my notes. Scott, you can expect a mail with 10 videos in it. Any of my other friends on the Scott mailing list, the other 9 people, I think, can expect a mail. I think I'll send it out to my friend Flying Circus as well. So I think I'll do that now. I think I'll do that right now. Oh, I cut one too many. I didn't want Justin Trudeau in there. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay. Obama. 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 Okay. All right. So the header will be Classic Fazio. I'm gonna just name it like that. I'm gonna send that out to you right now, Scott. Whoa. Actually, that's interesting. Hold on a minute. I have mail. That's interesting. That was funny. And we won't mention anybody's name, but somebody sent me a video that I privately. Guy's got some sense of humor, boy, I'll tell you that. And there were some strange people on YouTube, yeah? Okay. All right, so it's going to say Fazio Classic in the subject, and we're going to get the standard. I'm going to send it out. Let me know if you get it. I'm sure you will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. Let me see if I get these videos to open up in the... No, it doesn't matter. I don't know why in some mails the videos open up and in some they don't. All right, well, none of the videos opened up, Scott, or anybody else that's out there that's going to watch them. And there is a question at the bottom, but it has nothing to do with anything important. These are Christmas classics. Some are just my videos, and some are from a very special blogger who spent hundreds of hours cutting up my videos. And I think I'm going to post these at the $10 mark or above in my Patreon account as well. And Truth Lady, thank you. you're there, if you watch this later, thank you very much. I got your message. Yeah, let's go back over to my live stream. In the follow-up video, that man mentioned his ass. I don't know. I didn't watch the whole thing. Someone said 72 times. I'm not going to watch that shit. Graham. Hello, Graham. I saw you in the beginning and I see you in the end. Thanks for stopping by. Frustrated old trolls are so boring. Many have no hope of doing anything with whatever is left of their lives. Now, I've said that 1,000 times, that the underachievers in this world, the people who were never go-getters, where their time has come and gone to be proud of anything that they've ever done, certainly as an adult. And it'll never happen because they have no drive, wish, want, will, desire, or talent to make anything of any value or sustenance in their life give them pleasure, as to be proud of. I mean, how could you be fucking proud? How could you be proud of the fact that, and think that you're YouTube's #1 blogger in the whole Philippines blogging community, when there are 58 people that hate your fucking guts? How could you be proud of that? Is that really an accomplishment? And the answer, of course, is yes. Because to that person, that's success. But, you know, if you watch Graham or anybody, if you go through my videos, or if Scott made videos, you'd see real accomplishments. Dennis, myself, Warren. Let's say if you could videotape your whole life, and at the end of your life you'd review it, you'd say, wow, that was fucking fun. Or, wow, what, I spent fucking 10 years. I spent 10 fucking years in my bedroom. Really? That would not be an accomplishment. So, yeah, Graham hit it right on the head. They realize they're never going to be able to accomplish anything worthwhile or fruitful, and they take whatever pleasure they can in whatever way they can. In psychology, it's called supply, and they, good or bad, supply is supply. That's why they make trouble. That's supply. Jealousy, that's supply. Sweet Cake, still here. Good afternoon. And we're going into the 4-hour mark. I just want to make it an even 4 hours, so that if someone has to review it, you know that it's easy to remember. It'll be 4 hours of review, listening to every fucking word I said, looking for sound bites to send off to this place and that place. But don't worry. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about Warren. The Girl Scouts are coming. Remember what Paul Revere said when he was shaking the bell? The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming, as he rode his steed through the town. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. Don't. Paul Revere, remember the night rider, he was going from town to town saying, the Girl Scouts are coming, the Girl Scouts are coming. In fact, isn't that where Scotland Yard, the British, it was the British are coming, but isn't Britain where Scotland Yard originated? So theoretically, Paul Revere could have been saying, the British are coming, the British are coming, but he could have actually meant Scotland Yard. And the Girl Scout division of Scotland Yard is coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. I got this hunch. I got this firsthand. I got a feeling. I got this. Can't stop this feeling. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Paul Revere, the British are coming. But in Great Britain is Scotland Yard. And Scotland Yard, of course, has the Girl Scouts division. The Girl Scouts are coming. 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 It's either get busy living or get busy dying. And we're at the 4-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Have a great day. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. I'm being permy, which means take care always. 4 hours. And the Girl Scouts are coming, and I'm leaving. I'm being permy, which means take care always. And remember, the next time someone trolls your ass, don't show them your ass, because that shit, no pun intended, can go anywhere. That's right, Graham. That's true. Bye-bye, sweetheart. Sweet Skate Vlogs. Bye-bye, Princess Anne. Umping. All right, that's it. 4 hours. Oh, we're going on 4 hours in 1 minute. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. The Girl Scouts are coming. Rest assured. Don't worry about a thing.